Good evening, good morning, and a great afternoon to those who are in America, South America, and the Caribbean. And a great evening to those who are in Africa. I know in the whole of Africa, it is evening time. And to those who are in Asia, South Korea, China, Thailand, Australia, it's already morning for you guys. Good morning to you guys who are in those parts of the world. But here in Africa, it's a evening time, and we'll be having a great show tonight. We'll be having another bumper show, another great show, another learning show, um, talking more about uh, cryptocurrency. We'll be talking more about the cryptocurrency and blockchains and all the types of cryptocurrencies that are out there in the market. So today's a learning show. Take your paper and pen and get ready to learn, get ready to be empowered with knowledge. So welcome everybody. And if you've just joined us, my name is Ezra from South Africa. I'll be your host for tonight, standing in for His Excellency Mika. As you guys know that he's traveling back today, he had to travel back to Addis. And yeah, family, so I will be here. He'll be here in the background also, just, learning as well with us. So family, please join us and let's grow together. Subscribe to our channel, by the way. If you're new here, go and click the subscribe button, like, share with family and friends, and welcome to the great YouTube channel in the whole world. Stay tuned, stay here, come and learn, and don't even move. The only time when you need to move is maybe when you need a glass of water, juice, coffee, tea, whatever you want to have, or a bit of snacks. Please do not move. Stay tuned, and we will be having a guest soon. The guest will be joining us. For those who are not new here, who've been joining the channel, our guest obviously is Dr. K. He'll be here tonight discussing blockchains and in fact, crypto and blockchain technology, and more about cryptocurrencies. So those who have questions, start writing them down. What do you want to know about cryptocurrency and the types of cryptocurrencies to invest in? And just a disclaimer, we are not advocating for people to invest in cryptocurrency. We are advocating knowledge, and it's up to you whether you want to go and invest and put your money into any of those platforms. But we are not associated, we are not sponsored by any cryptocurrency platform, or we are not sponsored, we are not funded, we are not associated with any of the cryptocurrencies we'll be discussing tonight. So please, family, we are not advocating for you to invest in that. We are just advocating for knowledge and for you to be empowered. And it's up to you to learn more and obviously take your money and invest in those places. And we are not going to force you to invest in anything. If you want to invest in property, do that. If you want to invest in stocks, it's up to you. It's up to you. If you want to invest in anything, it's up to you. But first, acquire the knowledge and then take that decisive decision, well-informed decision, and invest in that platform. So we are not advocating for anything. We're not advocating for anyone to invest in these platforms, but it's up to you to learn first. And when you think you're ready to invest, you can take it and invest. And as Swahili Nation channel, just a disclaimer, just to clear that out for some people who might say, oh, are you guys being funded by 1, 2, 3 platforms? We are not funded by any platform, and we are just advocating for knowledge. As you know, we are a channel that really believes in empowering people and empowering people through knowledge. So family, stay tuned. Dr. K will be joining us very soon. And he'll be discussing more and elaborating. And if you've got questions, please drop them on the comment section. And other questions, obviously, I will open the lines. You guys can come and join us. and be part of the conversation and ask those questions directly to him as somebody who's working more into that field. So you can ask him more questions. Tonight, I can only share a little bit because I'm also a student of all these platforms, all about cryptocurrencies and stuff. Even Forex, I'm also still a student. I'm not going to advocate for anyone to invest in anything unless you have knowledge and you're ready, you feel comfortable that you want to start investing. But welcome, family. Welcome to those who just joined us. Please do not forget to subscribe. Do not forget to like and share with family and friends. And yeah, these are the topics that a lot of people are failing to even join. Most people are only watching entertainment stuff, but we believe in knowledge. We believe in the empowerment of Africans and the empowerment of people in general. So please, when you come join us here, share with family, share the knowledge, because that's what we need. Africa needs to be enlightened through knowledge. So if we are going to do this as young people of Africa, as people who are in the continent, we need to take this bold step and learn and try to empower ourselves, because no one will come and save us unless we start acting and start doing things for ourselves. So as this generation, we are going to fight poverty. We are not going to sit down, we're not going to sit back and allow poverty to rule us. We are going to empower ourselves through knowledge, through any source that can really move our continent to another level and to another dimension. So family, welcome again. Yeah, so let me see. I think Dr. K is here. I will allow him to join us very soon. And just before we start with the conversation, and for tonight, as you know, family, we are a family of prayer. We believe in prayer, and we believe you can pray in any way, and we're not enforcing anyone to join us, but we believe in prayer, and that's what we do in this home. Just like any house has rules, as any house has things they believe in. So we're a house that believe in prayer. We're a house that love the Lord. So we believe in prayer, and we'll start with prayer. And you can join us and pray in your language, in your religion or your belief system. Please, let's do that. Abba Father, thank you for tonight. Thank you for blessing us with life. Thank you for blessing us with good people in our life. Thank you, Lord, for our families. Thank you, Lord, for all our subscribers, members, contributors, the team. I pray, Heavenly Father, that you be with each and every one of them tonight as they are coming in to learn. May we all learn and be empowered. In Jesus' mighty name, amen. Thank you, family. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, as I said, family, we're gonna have our doctor is here. Dr. K is here, and we will be having the conversation. We'll be starting very soon. And before you do anything, family, please start commenting. You can start commenting. Are you ready? If you've got questions, you can even start posting some of those questions. But we'll open and welcome Dr. K very soon to come in, and you guys can start asking questions or listen and ask questions later. And I will open the lines again after the conversation. Obviously, I will welcome everyone to just join in. If you want to join the stream, you can join the stream. You can contribute. You can come and ask. And if you've got any knowledge of cryptocurrencies, all these other platforms that are there, the types of cryptocurrencies you've invested, please come and speak to us and share some of the knowledge and what you've encountered, you know, the positive, the negatives. We want both. So please do that. Do not shy away from sharing the knowledge and telling us what has it been like investing. And as you know, this is just one platform or one topic that we are engaging in with regards to business or investment. There will be other speakers that will be coming in the near future, like in property, those who are in property, those who are in finance, stocks, Forex, all those. We will bring people in different spheres of business as well to come and speak to us and share the knowledge in their field. So be ready. So be ready. Do not leave because they're not talking about maybe that type of investment that you are doing currently. So welcome the guests who will be joining us and learn. And you never know, maybe that might be one of your breakthroughs in business. So yeah, family. And I'm just gonna welcome our brother, Dr. K. Dr. K.
Salam, brother. Shalom. Habari.
How
For the Ethiopians out there, I forgot the Ghanaian ones. Please forgive me, my brothers. But yeah, thank you very much for having me here. So yeah, I would like to appreciate the channel for having me and allowing us to share, learn about more about this whole thing called crypto, blockchain, and NFTs. We're gonna kind of figure out, see if we can break it down. Like, what does this really mean? What is a crypto? What is a blockchain? And what is an NFT? Because there's so much buzz right now in fintech, so finance technology. These things are some of the biggest ways people make money as well. So, how do they work? Before you're going to invest in something, you need to at least know the basics so that you can see if it's worthwhile your time or not. So yeah, let's begin. What is crypto and where did it come from? So in 2008, a group of people, sorry, go ahead, brother.
Sorry about that, Dr. K. I just wanted to quickly just do something here that we might have missed. To those who don't know, Dr. K is maybe just a brief, obviously not your IDs, not your real name, not your whatever, not your company that you work for, Dr. K. Do not introduce that for obviously confidentiality reason as well. And I know a lot of people really who wanted to come as well and, before they feared for victimization and all the other things. But know that you can just literally tell them a bit about yourself, but not really your name, maybe your company. You can remove that because obviously those things need permissions for you to, for one to even talk and about your company, what you do and all that stuff. But if it's your business you want to also talk about, you can just maybe give them that. But introduce yourself. It's okay that what you do, just a small brief 1 minute segment, and then let's get down to all these other things.
Okay. Yeah, so my name is Kaizo, and before you may have seen the name K Polymath. So what that means is Kaizo Polymath. Now, for a lot of people, polymath is just means, there's a saying of jack of all trades. Polymath is someone who is experienced in hundreds of different skills or talents or interests. So an example of a polymath is Leonardo da Vinci. He's an artist, he's an engineer, he's constructing all these different things. That's an example of a polymath. You don't really see that many often these days because people rather focus on one field and become perfect at it. For me, I found that very, very difficult. I get interested in music, so I play guitar, I play piano, I'm a rapper. I even have some music on my channel. I do spoken word, poetry. This is more of the artistic stuff. I used to draw and paint, but I think I was too lazy to buy the equipment because you have to keep, regenerating. With music, it's just plug it in or something. So that's some of my interest in art. Languages, I love languages. I'm learning Japanese. I'm learning Amharic. I'm learning Swahili properly. I can kind of understand it, but I can't speak it in a native, fluent way. Several other languages like Spanish. And yeah, those are some of my, my colloquial interests, things that really kind of make me excited, but more of an artistic sense. Then the other side of things that I'm interested in, obviously, is tech. I was introduced to tech when I was actually when I was young in Africa. My mom actually took us to these schools where they start teaching you how to use computers. So I started using a mouse when I was like 7 years old, I believe, and started playing games on the computer. And immediately I fell in love with the computer. It was a bit weird, at first because you're learning to use something that isn't intuitive. The keyboard is like QWERTY. It's like why is it not alphabetized A, B, C? Yeah, those things, overcoming them was a challenge, but it really kind of got me inspired. So later, finally, my mom decided to buy a really good high-end computer for like, 1,000 pounds at the time. It was like at that time, that was a really powerful computer. I mean, today that computer isn't really a computer; it's more like a calculator. But since then, what happened is I noticed that the computer broke, and we didn't have money. We weren't, growing up rich at this point, so we couldn't go and take it to get fixed professionally. So what happened is I started to pick apart the computer. I started to be able to understand where the components were, the hardware, fixing even software as well. Like when, let's say, you have an issue with viruses, I would be able to reboot the system, all that kind of stuff. So that's when I really fell in love with tech. And I remember one time when I was, I believe I was maybe 12, there was this issue that one of my aunts had with a computer. For some reason, her computer became corrupted, and no matter what she did, she couldn't reset it. So meaning, even if she put the reboot CD, because there was an encryption on it, she couldn't even rewrite that broken hard drive. So I took it to some shops, some Indian shops, professionals to look at it, but they couldn't solve the problem. So this is when, for some reason in my mind, I started to meditate a bit, and I found the solution. I found that, hey, what if I just kill everything? So what I did is I found a program called Active Kill Disk. This was able to go inside the actual, hardware code, the machine code on the actual hard drive, and wipe everything off, like overwriting any security. So then I was able to finally install the Microsoft Windows in it. So that's really when my love for tech kind of opened up. And since then, I thought to myself, hey, I want to study tech at university. But then the issue is I never did. I actually studied science, and then for my first degree, actually I did medicine for 1 year, but I dropped out because I found it a bit too boring. So then I did physics instead. And the reason I didn't do computing science is because I thought to myself, I can teach myself computing science, but I can't teach myself lab work. That's why I'm going to pay for a degree in physics, because all the experience in the lab, I can't do it by myself. So I went along, I did my degree in physics. After that, I made sure I didn't want to do a master's. I couldn't afford it, and also the time. So I found a way to trick myself through and get myself the PhD without having to do the master's. And those ways I did that, I made sure that the project I did for my final year was the same as projects that I could see being listed for the PhD. And I made sure I did well in that project, enough to be able to compete with the guys with the masters in the interview. So what happened is after my interview, they said, okay, we'll give you 2 weeks to decide. I mean, to give them 2 weeks to decide. But they came back the next day saying, hey, you are the best candidate by far. Would you like this offer? So, that was probably, a really, really, really big moment for me, because, that's something I'd been working towards. So my PhD was mainly focused on nanotechnology, solar technology, and other sort of renewable energy sort of stuff. But that's when I started again to teach myself programming properly. When I had extra time, I started learning slowly, and until I got my skills to a point whereby I thought, okay, you know what? I actually like computing more than I like physics. Physics is great, but there's no money in it as well. So if I'd gone to work for a company, with all the skills I have, and I'm not going to get paid anywhere close to how much someone with 9 months of self-study will get paid. It didn't make sense to me. So I decided, hey, I love computing anyways. Let me switch to computing from more of that physics.
Dr. K, so are you coming from like a traditional African family where doctors, lawyers are the most, teachers are the most respected careers?
100%.
You just decided to be the black sheep in the family and go for sciences, or what happened?
Right. Okay. So interesting is actually my mom wanted me to be a doctor. That's why I started studying medicine. I think you see when Africans come into the UK or any other Western country, they have this kind of inbuilt fear that the children need to do something stable. They sort of want you to do something that they know, no matter what happens to them, you're always going to be able to look after yourself. That's why actually, so everything you said about the prestige is all true, but then there's also that underlying fear that they don't want their kids doing something and then struggling. So in my mom's case, she got to the UK by getting a scholarship for her master's project in management. That's how we then moved there. And then my dad, he used to work for United Nations as a marine biologist. as well. So I would say everyone in my family has some form of science or tech degree. My sister is a software engineer. My brother has an aerospace degree, but he's also a software engineer. So it seems like all of us found science and technology somehow.
So I see the academic families influence right there. I know, I mean, such grace, normally it happens in many families where you find that a family is like really structured into like one type of field, or they're all academics. They're all people who are
Right.
studying further, masters, PhD, professors, and all that stuff. So, but let's get down to the topic of today.
Yeah.
I just wanted the people to know who you are, just in brief, and then
Yeah.
just people will be asking, "Who's this doctor? Is he a doctor? Is it an
Yeah.
academic doctor? Is it a medical doctor?" Or that's why I just asked for that
Right.
small
No,
background.
I'm the real doctor. Medical doctors
Yeah,
aren't actually doctors. That is an honorific they get given. So when they stop practicing, they can't actually use their title. But
yeah,
yeah, there is one thing I did miss. So back in the old days when I was young, when I was about 14, I went on YouTube and I started getting involved in race relationships, watching videos in white supremacist spaces as well as other spaces, gauging how these people think. So I spent about 8 years debating them. And what I noticed there is, as I was developing, is that these people, or people in general, will use facts and statistics that favor them. But when you're knowledgeable, when you improve your knowledge, no one can say or do anything, to set you astray, because you have that confidence. Because now they'll bring this thing up, but instead of us sort of denying it, what we do is we have something even truer behind it. So when you have enough knowledge, it's impossible for anyone to kind of ruin your spirit. So as I went through these spaces, I got onto a lot of understanding about geopolitics, how the whole world sort of works, and that's when finally I decided to be a Pan-Africanist slowly across time, and that's why I decided to move back to Africa actually this year, or rather the end of last year, because I thought I've got my education now. I have my skills and I have a thinking ability that can allow me to actually give back somehow. I didn't want to be like my parents or our aunties and uncles who say, "Yeah, we're going, we're just saving," and they never go. So I wanted to just be. I said, I'm young. I don't have any children or a wife, so I don't have responsibilities. Right now, I can. This is the only time when I can truly exercise. With pure freedom. So that's why I decided, to come back to Africa.
there's many ladies here in Africa, and others are watching you, Dr. K. So others will be chasing after you after this, eh? But anyway, Dr. K, thank you for joining us. You're welcome, and it's always a pleasure seeing you here and always contributing knowledge and what the youth will say, gems. But tonight, the topic is how can Africa get ahead and solve problems through blockchains? But before you answer that question, maybe just start from what is cryptocurrency. For some people, these terms are just all over. They just cryptocurrency, blockchain. What is all these things? NFTs, all these things. What are these things? So can we start from the top? Cryptocurrencies. What are cryptocurrencies? And then we can break it down, then go into the blockchain. Because once you go to blockchain, at least people will have an understanding of where blockchain comes from.
Right. Yeah, I think that's a great place to start. So cryptocurrency, what is it? When does it come from? Where does it come from? And how does it work? So we'll start with when it comes from and where it comes from. So in 2008, a group of people, or a person, we don't know, anonymous group, personal group, wrote a research paper talking about Bitcoin, basically. So he's the one, or they are the one who invented sort of blockchain technology in use with Bitcoin. That was the first sort of well-known crypto. I can't say it's the first ever, because someone else would have made something similar, but just didn't get traction or get released. But yeah, in 2008, Satoshi wrote this research paper, and it outlined how it works, why it's good, why it's going to change the world, and why it's going to change the internet. So what that means is this: with crypto technology, crypto obviously is just a short form for encryption. So that's why it's called crypt. It's cryptology, which is, you know, to do with security and encryption. So I'll give a layman's understanding of how Bitcoin works, which is the first so-called crypto. Bitcoin works by having an open ledger, right? So let's go through these problems that they solved to see if we can understand it. So in a normal banking system, you have to trust the administrator that they're not just going to delete money or change things or, you know, steal from you. Basically, you're going to have to trust the administrators and when you're sending money, the operators, that they're going to do their job rightly and they're not going to steal or fudge the numbers that's happening. Now with blockchain came across with crypto. Blockchain is the logic of cryptocurrency. Let me put it simply that way. So when blockchain came along with Bitcoin, it allowed for a non-fungible ledger. What that means is the administrator doesn't have power to just change the numbers. So let's say you have 1 million in your account. The administrator can't just remove some money there and just make it disappear. No, if the money is removed, it's going to show where that money went, how much of that money was removed, and by who removed it. So you no longer have to trust the system anymore. So the whole concept behind Bitcoin, or rather cryptocurrency, is trustless. You know, for example, if we do business together, maybe we trust each other. Like in Somali community, they have something called hawala. Hawala is how they send money back home in Somalia and Kenya. They trust each other, you know. So let's say your brother wants $200. So the hawala agent in America will give $200 to an operator, and then the operator will actually ask another person to give the $200. That's even before the other person has received that money. There's a whole trust system. It works in that community because they're very good at trusting each other. They really believe in the Islam. However, in other communities, because you don't have such strength of trust, you want to be able to have a trustless system. You want to know that if I've sent this amount of money, it's going to go exactly where I said it's going to go. There's no administrator moving things. There isn't any operator operating. The whole system requires no need for me to trust you. I just know that if I do this, it will work. So that's why Bitcoin was getting that traction when it first came out. You don't have to trust anyone anymore. You just do your thing and it just works.
And just another question. I think because a lot of people don't really understand it, since the banking system has been the so-called trusted type of structure, as much as, yes, there's the admin side of it. And now looking at the world where we really kind of moving away from the one source, which is the banks holding all the finances. Now money is just in between people and between systems. Some people might say, how do you trust such a system that is so open and being hosted by even many people, where even data miners are also involved? But I think we'll also just explain data mining somewhere down the line, how it works and how they host all these things, and how. So, but I'll just leave it at, how do we trust this thing? Why should we trust this thing? Because that's a fear for many people.
So first of all, we shouldn't even trust the current system, because that's why we have the 2008 banking crash. That's actually why Bitcoin got a lot of traction, because we have a lot of these bankers who are just doing funny stuff with your money. They're promising some. This is exactly how we had the credit crunch. I'll explain it, and I'll show you why actually we can't trust the current bank system. So in 2008, we had a collapse of economies across the whole world, started mainly by American companies. So what would happen is an American company, for let's say a bank, would give out loans to people who really couldn't afford to pay it back. But that's fine. The issue is they used that money that they were expecting those people to pay back, and they gave it to someone else. Then someone else, and so another bank, they gave that loan to another bank. Then that other bank did the same thing across a whole chain. You see, they're dealing with money that doesn't actually exist in the accounts, and they're dealing with this trust thing of, oh, okay, these people should pay back. But they gave back interest rates that were too high, and also the people couldn't afford to pay it back because there were poor people that maybe couldn't really pay it back. So what would happen is now At some point, when people are now trying to withdraw the money, there isn't any money to withdraw. So this person owes this person this money and they can't pay back. So that's why we had the collapse. Now with something like Bitcoin, the ledger is open. The bank can't just go around promising people fake money when they can't prove that that money is not in their actual account. So this actually prevents something like that from happening in the future. Now, yeah, you had a good question. Why should you trust it when it's like open ledgers? These accounts are in everyone's computer. And okay, the main thing here is, I'm going to use the word tentative. Tentative means, according to what we understand, and I use that to kind of say that the whole point of blockchain is that you can't really hack it. So that's why you can trust it, because it uses a hash 256 type of encryption, and so far nothing has been able to hack it. It's going to cost you way more money and time to try to hack an account, which you probably will never hack anyways, than the amount of money that you're going to get by hacking that account. And that's just one account. So the point is, the blockchain is extremely, extremely secure. That's actually one of the main reasons why it's such a great thing. It's the technology, encryption is actually so far so-called unbreakable. Now, I see your other point. You said it's on open ledger, so meaning other people have access, to see what's happening, where the transactions are going. This is true, but that's just for Bitcoin. Other cryptocurrencies, you can choose how that ledger works. You don't have to kind of show the person's name or identity. It can just be a number. But obviously, that number is connected to the person's ID, but you can't really track someone from that number, if that makes sense. So the number is linked to a person's ID. So, if you want to get my money, you need that number. However, you can't really track me where I'm from or anything like that. There isn't any sort of area codes necessarily attached to it. So you can actually create your own cryptocurrency and fashion it the way you want. The main parts of cryptocurrency is not the decentralization, which is why everyone is fearful about it. No, you can actually make your cryptocurrency where you have the administration control. Now, you can't change anything, so you can't go around, rewriting things. But what you do have is the control of setting up the network and closing it. But you cannot fudge it. That's the main point is, even the administrator can't just go and change numbers in the money. If there's 2 million, there's 2 million, and that money is going to be tracked every single penny to where it goes.
Wow. Okay, because I think that's something. Some of the things that are not really put out there. I don't know. Maybe it's because somebody once said the reason why maybe it's not yet fully endorsed by so many organizations is because the old traditional banks, obviously governments, do not really have so much hand in it. They're not getting anything out of it.
Yes.
So that's why they're not really fully endorsing it. That's why it's not really moving as quick as possible.
Right. That's it. It's old money. So even in America, when the old money people, so old money is bankers, oil tycoons, when they started seeing that young people are making money from tech, of course they were not happy, because now they're competing with them in a new area which they don't have the knowledge of. So it's going to take a little bit of time for it to go. I remember having this conversation with Niger, because I don't believe he understood fully how crypto worked. He believed what your question was, which is, oh, well, if it's decentralized, who's in charge? How can you trust it? All these things. But the point is, that has nothing to do with cryptocurrency. That's just how Bitcoin was created by the creators. Cryptocurrency has no need for all those things. That's why when, let's say, a few people mentioned that countries like Nigeria and China have banned cryptos, they didn't ban cryptos. What they did is they banned the cryptos which they don't have control over. The Chinese government has actually created their own cryptocurrency, which they now use. The Chinese, is it yuan? I believe, yeah. They have now a digital form, which is written in blockchain, and they're using it today. Nigeria, I believe they're also making their own version. I don't know if it's going to be blockchain or not. Kenya is now asking for the shilling to be made into a blockchain digital currency. So the point here isn't that, oh, you can't trust it. No, you can create your own cryptocurrency, and then you can put the rules of how it works. The main point here is the logic that you cannot just go around rewriting ledgers. That's the main point. And also that the security is extremely high. it's very, very, very difficult to actually hack into it, and administrators don't have the power to just change. Yes, so Anthony, yes, that is the engineer I was talking about.
Okay, we'll let him in soon. Another thing that just a question of interest, and that I've because I've been also reading more about crypto and just learning and stuff. I think also I think maybe it's because a lot of people have always modeled Bitcoin as a platform as the like sort of the main one, but just tell the people how many are there. I mean, there's like what 6,000 or something. There are a lot. I mean, I can't keep count, but there's a lot. But you can just name maybe the four popular ones that people. Some might know about, some might not know. Some might just know Bitcoin only, and they don't know there's lots of. But can you just tell the people how many are there, or the more popular ones that are utilized in the world?
Yeah, so the most popular one is Bitcoin. I think it has the largest market cap. That basically means the amount of money that can be made from it. Bitcoin is the main one. Then you have Ethereum. We have BNB. We have XRP. In fact, I actually bought XRPs when they were less than 1/10 of a cent. Now it's actually almost worth $1. So I've made a little bit of money there. It is Cardano as well, and Solana. So these are some of the biggest ones. Now, why was Bitcoin popular when it came out is because Bitcoin kind of borrowed the concept of old money. What that means is Bitcoin had a maximum amount of mineable amount of material. So how you get Bitcoin is by mining it. You connect a series of computers to a network, and then by mining it, what a mine does is you write there's an algorithm that you can write, or you can use the ones people already written. The algorithm will go, and just to explain an algorithm to people they don't know, an algorithm is just a set of rules that you tell a computer. So let's give you an example of an algorithm. You want to make an omelet. You go into the first step is man or woman goes to fridge, opens door, looks at eggs. You have a series of recipes, and then you bring it back out, and then you cook it in a certain order. That's basically what an algorithm does. If you don't, and then you say if you don't see the egg, you say use sausages. If no sausages, use X, Y, and Z. So it goes through a list of things. That's just an example of a very simple algorithm. So an algorithm is just a set of rules that a computer can follow to do a task. So the main thing with Bitcoin here was Bitcoin has a finite number of coins that you can ever mine, which means you can't just. The issue right now with the current finances, American government basically controls majority of the world's economy in the sense that they can keep printing money. They have the reserve, and it will affect other people. It might not affect them as much. So but their currency is the one that's used for most trading. So what happens is Bitcoin prevents you from just printing more money. So it reduces inflation and all these other issues that tend to happen when you just keep printing money. In Bitcoin, to get more Bitcoin, you have to mine it. And the more you mine it, the harder it becomes to mine. So meaning you will actually never mine all the Bitcoin out there, because at some point it's costing too much money right now to mine it. That's why it's not as lucrative as when it was in the beginning. Just like gold, just like so Bitcoin was kind of mirroring how old finance used to work. Because before cash, we used to use gold, copper, real physical objects, which had like a finite source. The more you mine it, the harder it is. You have to now find from this other place. That's what Bitcoin was mimicking, to kind of solve the issues of printable money that can just, you can just invent money out of air, basically.
Wow. And I think maybe you also touched on that the data mining part. Normally, it's a group of obviously independent companies or people. Maybe you can even tell Africans that's an opportunity where they can also be investing in that infrastructure. And can you just tell them about data mining and the opportunities in data mining for all these big platforms or these cryptocurrencies?
Yeah. So data mining, there's different types of data mining. And right now, basically, let's say there's different ways. There's obviously the way where you sign up to a website, they take your information and they sell it to companies like Google or Amazon. They say they don't, but they do. They do.
They still do.
Yeah. So
I mean, yeah.
You go ahead.
No, I'm just saying there's also, as you said, like there's different kinds of data mining. Even your phone is like what you do with your phone, the things that you do, partly some of that information gets mined and sold.
Actually, a
to,
lot of it. I'll give you an example. There's an app
Yeah,
called Truecaller Id. I don't know if you know this app.
I know
So
it.
yeah, what this app does, it goes through your phone, it goes through your Gmail account or anything that's linked to it, and then that's how it gets the true name, by going through your Gmail. And then what happens is they write a code, mostly in Python, for machine learning that goes and scrapes off specific data. So what happens is they create like things that they're looking for: names, locations, recurring words that are not like usual words. That's how they classify what a usual word is. And yeah, so then they go down, okay, oh, name, okay, it's appeared many times. Oh, this name is linked to the ledger or the heading of this email. That's how the Truecaller ID basically works. It goes and scrapes data from your phone when you're using it, and then it starts your emails. It reads through your emails, and that's how it can get the true name. Because even I was surprised. I was like, the phone I have is not registered in my name, and for some reason it's coming, someone is telling me my real name when they're calling me. So I'm like, hey, what's going on? so so what I did is I went there and I tricked it. I made a new email address and I used a fake name in there. Now it brings up the fake name. But that's an example of data mining. Now the potential there for data mining is, first, you do need to realistically learn programming language like Python. It's not very difficult to learn. Then there's so much tutorials on Udemy. If you need any free courses, paid courses, but for free from Udemy or anywhere you want, just hit me up by my email. I'll be able to provide it for you. But you can go on and into Udemy and learn how to do these things. Learn how to write the machine learning codes to go and scrape data from the websites. And it's not that difficult. That's just an example of one way. And the thing with the data mining is this: if you also can store that data in servers, or you go speak to Amazon to create a server somewhere. I mean, this is big mover kind of thing. I don't think the average person can do it, of course, by themselves. But this is something that we might be able to do in the future. We create a server in Africa because it's going to be cheaper, especially if there's fiber optic technology to build there, because of land expenses aren't as big as America. And now you kind of expand. So everyone is winning. Amazon is winning by reduced costs. You're improving the internet in Africa and also data. Because the other issue in Africa, I would say, is this is one of those things we can actually get funding. So if you're a young man or woman, you have 9 months to spare. 3.5 hours a day is good enough to get you good enough to understand how to do this job. What you can do is you can mine the data for, for example, African health, which are the common diseases that people usually report. These are very helpful for public health. Where do people live? How often do they buy just simple data, and then you can sell it to companies that are, working within these realms.
Yeah, because I think you just today we really mentioned a lot of people that if we're talking and getting endorsements for them like Udemy, I know a lot of people who are in IT, including myself. I know about Udemy. I think it has saved a lot of guys from paying a lot of money to get exam dumps, getting tutorials and whatnot. But yeah, those are the things that you need to be watching and looking at our family. And another thing, since you also mentioned about this thing, there's some questions that have been popping up that I want you to maybe just go through them, and then I'll give you another segment where you can just explain further without any interruptions. So I just want to clear the queues, the queue of questions, and then you can then go back and explain further about how we can do this thing. What was the question? I saw another question. That's the first one. Where is this? I think it was Kuru who was asking a question. Oh no, it was Sam. The first question is this: so a Bitcoin is electronic money. Who makes it? Who do you buy?
Okay, so
sorry, Sam, we're not laughing. But anyways, we're just
good.
processing this. But it's a good question. A good question that a lot of people, especially beginners, ask that question. That's why I said start from explaining what is cryptocurrency, so that for the I mean, an African who's just on the ground who love to invest or be part of this movement in terms of development or whatever, he can he or she can know what is up to. But okay, just can you answer this one? Can we start there?
Yeah.
And then
So
we'll
Bitcoin is not an electronic money. Now, other cryptocurrencies are electronic money, like the Chinese yuan is an electronic money. And I'll explain the difference between electronic money and cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin or even Ethereum. So Bitcoin is not electronic money. Bitcoin is more like an asset. It's like gold or copper or coltan or cobalt. It's a finite resource element that can be mined and can be procured, and you keep it in the bank as an asset. The way people hold on to gold, Bitcoin is something that appreciates because, again, the more you mine, the less that there is of it. So Bitcoin isn't really electronic money. Also, you can't really use Bitcoin for payments. Okay, you can, and I've used it, but let me explain what I mean. Bitcoin is a heavy, old algorithm. For you to actually, you can't really use it like a dollar or, transactions or like M-Pesa, because it's going, every time you send a Bitcoin or a fraction of a Bitcoin, you're causing so much of decryption of Bitcoin. And the way it was written to be kind of slow on purpose. It's like gold. If I want to pay you, I'm not going to pay you in gold, right? To get a small piece of gold, it's going to be very difficult, Same thing with Bitcoin. So when you're having that fractional amount of Bitcoin, and it works, but it's not very fast, and it's not really designed to be efficient. So no, it's not really electronic money. It's more like an asset, like gold. And so who makes it? You can make it, actually. So what you need to do is, go and follow some tutorials online. I think that's the best thing. What you do is you take a computer with a good graphics card, like a 980 GT card with i7 processing power, basically all the best sort of laptops. Or no, don't use laptops, computers, because it's going to get hot because you're running this mining all the time. So the computer's decrypting things. That's how you get more Bitcoin. So yeah, you can make it. Now, who do you buy it from? You can buy it from anyone. You can buy it from me. There's a company called Coinbase. You can go to Coinbase and you can trade it with other people, or which is the way that I recommend. So I'm going to expand a little bit on that question. There's two main ways people buy any asset in tech, like Bitcoin or anything else. You can either buy it and hold on to it and then hope that it increases, like after 2 years, the value, then you sell it. I would say that's a more safer option if you're going to kind of do investment. Buy something, a small amount of Bitcoin, hold on to it, and then wait a couple of years to see where it's at. The other way is what people do, what people call day trading stuff. You go and predict whether the price of Bitcoin within a timeline will go up or it's going to go down. That one, I would say, unless you have experience, it's very risky. I would not. Yes, it's high risk, high reward, but you really need to understand geopolitics. Like, okay, so Elon Musk writing a tweet that, yes, that does affect it. China, for example, banning Bitcoin for transactions, that will affect it, making it go down. So you have to be really keen on the news. You need to actually predict what's going to happen. That one takes a lot of skill. I would not recommend it unless you go and pay someone to manage it for you. But even then, it's risky. But that is how most people trade cryptocurrencies, by predicting whether it's going to go up or down.
I think somebody will have at least, if one wants to go into that, maybe have more a Forex type of background where they obviously watch the news, the Fed stuff. It needs somebody who's forever updated with the world news, economic news, political movements, because anything changes. As you saw with what you said about Elon Musk just tweeting about Bitcoin, and then the value went down. Man, let me not go there, because some people we lost out of the thing. But I'll go to the next question. I think you've kind of answered more in depth in terms of what Sam was asking for. And then I think we had asked this one by Professor Kuru is asking, why is it that people can't trust it? And why aren't many people using it? Can it be tracked though? But I think you kind of answered this, but you can maybe just reiterate it again.
Yeah. So, okay, why is that people can't trust it? Okay, so there's two points to that first question. Something like Bitcoin is made by anonymous people, and although they can't change and steal the money in an obvious way, as in they'll know that that money's gone somewhere. The issue is if Satoshi was not a good person, they could just shut down the whole thing. The fact is, it's still made by someone who has some administration power. And now you can actually make a cryptocurrency that no one has any power to shut down. Like self-sustaining. You can't do that. The issue is obviously who would want to do that. Some people does want some control. So yeah, Bitcoin is dangerous because yeah, Satoshi might decide to just steal half of the half of the money if he wanted to. You'd know that he's stolen that, and you know who he is at that point. Fine, but yeah, he could technically steal the money. Now you can trust crypto because let's say the Chinese government made their own crypto. Now they have the power, so the Chinese government people can trust their own currency. So if let's say Tanzania made one, you can trust it the way you trust your normal bank as well. So there's three things: either it's decentralized, where someone somewhere has an idea of how to, has some access, or it's centralized, where the government or whoever made it has access completely to at least see what's happening. Or it could just be completely self-sustained, where nobody has any access to it. It just lives by itself. No one can go and do or change anything. So people can't trust it for those reasons. It's more governments can't trust it because the government is not going to put their money behind something with an anonymous builder. A government wants to put their money behind something they built themselves, which they can trust. Hence why Chinese government created their own cryptocurrency. And when aren't many people using it? Yeah, they're not using it because of banks. That's it, really. Banks are still in control of most things. The technology is still a bit, it's not really been exposed to everyone. That's the main reason. Can it be tracked? It depends what you mean by can it be tracked. If to be honest, it's a little bit more anonymous than your bank because it doesn't involve your name. But what it does involve is your wallet number and the ID. So if someone knows that, and then when you bought that wallet and who you bought that wallet from, you can sort of figure out who is behind the wallet. Although there, you could kind of hide it and hide it and hide it. That's why professional criminals do use it for money laundering. That's cleaning money and bad money and making it clean.
Because I wanted us to talk about that a bit later in terms of the dark side of all these things, in terms of obviously the volatility, the high speculative nature. Those are some of the things what, like your traditional banks or other people will say, the reason we're not investing in this is because of this and that. And also other stuff that I know about, I think they call it the crypto wallet or something like that, where you can have an offline one or something like that. But yeah, man. But okay, let me just go to the other question. There's so many things I want to ask you. At the same time, I need to give the guys. Okay, I think Kuri is repeating this one. I think you also touched on this. What if it's hacked? You kind of also explained this a bit.
Yeah, very good question. So it's almost impossible to hack an actual whatever cryptocurrency. What can get hacked is the wallet, because the wallet is made by software. And depending on how well that software is written, yes, you can hack the wallet, and that's how people steal the money, by hacking the wallets. Now, that's what you mentioned earlier. Some people actually, like me, when I had more of these cryptos, I used to have a hardware. Now, I would actually be a multi-millionaire now, but I lost that computer because I bought Bitcoin when it was like only $5, right? Anyways, I lost it. It was in an old hard. Anyways, so I didn't want to keep my wallet as a software on my computer on somewhere where has access to the server, because that's when people can hack it and then steal the wallet, basically. The issue, what I did though, is I put it into an old computer, and I stored it in a hardware as opposed to be on the server. So no one is really going to be able to hack it if you keep your wallet and your computer is not connected to the internet. It's impossible for someone to hack it. They have to physically come and steal it and then decode it. So that's how it gets hacked. For example, if Coinbase gets hacked, you lose your money. And the issue right now with the fear is with a normal bank, depending on how much, let's say the bank loses of your money, they'll give you a percentage back. Right now, because of the lack of regulations in cryptocurrency, Coinbase probably won't give your money back if they were to get hacked. So if you want to do this stuff, you want to really put the money in the hardware, just don't lose it. Exactly. Yeah, don't throw it away.
I think the difference between an old traditional bank or the banking system that we're currently using in the world versus this type of technology or platforms, it's because on the banking side, there's the insurance aspect of things. While this is a developing these are developing platforms where I'm sure with time there will be guarantees and insurances in terms of some of the people's money being placed into those things. That's why banks sometimes can give you a certain portion depending on whether it was not a negligent act from your side, it was a genuine problem where somebody really they hacked either the bank or your account without your knowledge.
So just to add on, just to add on to that, ideally, what I can project is happening already is because if I can think of it, I'm sure someone is already doing it. What I'm projecting here is that Amazon has server spaces, right? And these server spaces is what Coinbase uses. Amazon is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, service provider. So what happens is they'll put your coins in wallets that are connected on hardware servers that are not connected to the network. So then when you want to do a transaction, that transaction goes and triggers a respond within the server, the warehouse where all these servers are, and then someone turns it on, and then your money goes and gets transacted. Then the server goes off. So that way it reduces the likelihood of being hacked, because most of the time it's going to be off. It's only going to be on when you want to actually there's going to be a request from you. The request gets received. The request then triggers the computer to turn on. And then that's how I am projecting that's how it's going to be to reduce any sort of fears of hacking.
Okay, let me go back to, okay, there's another question that I also wanted you to, I'm just going to take maybe two questions or three questions, and then we can continue where you left off. I'm just going to what's this one? The question by GB. I think most of the question you kind of touched base on as you were explaining earlier, but just to emphasize for those who might join later and like this, GB says, why tell us the creators are anonymous?
Okay, so I'll see if I understand the question. So basically, Satoshi, when they released Bitcoin, at that point, if someone knows who you are, they can find you and basically kidnap you and try to kill you to get all the money that thing has. So unless you're a big group, because right now Google's making it, Amazon, these are big entities. You can't just go and find one person. So that's why they can say, okay, we made it. But back in those days, with Bitcoin especially, you have to be very careful about releasing your identity, because you're dealing with the biggest market cap product in fintech right now. And if someone can find who you are, they will come for you, and then they will steal the money from you, even harm you. That's the main reason why Satoshi remained anonymous.
And for some people maybe who might not know who's Satoshi, for some people it's a homework, but you can explain to him as a sort of a founder of how do you it's just like how do you put it? It's like what, how do you explain Satoshi, man? It's like with the Bitcoin, just explain it to them.
Yeah, so Satoshi was the founder of using blockchain for finance, putting it all together, because blockchain already existed, the concept. What he did is he put everything together. The fact that Bitcoin doesn't have, you don't have the ability to just create, and that's actually where NFTs comes from. I know I'm jumping there, but the idea of NFT comes from the fact that in Bitcoin technology, you couldn't just create more Bitcoin, meaning you can't just go as an administrator and just start changing things. So that's how the NFT then finally kind of got born much later.
Okay, for those who now know who Satoshi is, you can also check his name. I think it's Satoshi. Is a Japanese, right? Satoshi.
Yeah, it's Japanese.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a Japanese. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm not sure if I'm getting this question from Professor Kuru. Ezra, please ask, how do this guy Zab Zero ended
Oh,
up
me.
owning a restaurant? Is he a programmer?
Oh, he's talking about me.
Yeah. I think this might take us out of the topic, but maybe you want to do it quickly.
Yeah. So the restaurant, that idea just came because I noticed in Africa, KFC is too expensive. Chicken in is also too expensive. I can reduce the cost so average people can afford it, and I can still make a lot of profit because I know the American recipes, onion rings, southern fried chicken, etc. So I'm just trying to cover a missing product. And in terms of am I a programmer? Yeah, I'll say programming is one of the things I do, but I don't. Wouldn't call myself a programmer. I'm just a tech guy.
Tech guy, a tech entrepreneur, a venture capitalist. That's what you are.
One day I'll get the billion soon.
And you know, Dr. K, since we are on the topic of all this current, I mean, the cryptocurrency, all this tech space, we talk about tech innovation. I think one of these days we must come back and we can speak about venture capitalists, all this funding, because I know a lot of Africans want to
For
know
that,
how it works and all that stuff. So
yeah, for that
please
actually,
save the date for that as well.
yeah, for that actually, I have a friend who's a very successful businessman, entrepreneur in Africa, America, and Nigerian brother who's also a YouTuber. I think it would be good to bring both of us there. I've done some business with him as well, and yeah, very, very, very knowledgeable on venture capitalism.
Yeah, man. I think we need to get a lot of these tech entrepreneurs. We must sit on a round table and really enlighten each other. I mean, looking at also funding from Africa. I mean, a lot of startups in Africa being funded by all these multinationals or all these companies that are coming from either America or even Europe.
And to get,
yeah,
and to get funding, it's actually not too difficult. So here's the main ways to get funding for your idea. What you need to do is you need to solve an African problem. This is where the funding comes from. You need to figure out, let's say, I'm not going to give too much some of the stuff we're building on, but what you do is let's say, the idea that we came up with is the lack of urban planning in Africa. Our application will solve that problem, meaning everyone has a unique address. I'm not going to say any more than that, but without having to go back and government start doing this, it's just all going to be done via some algorithms and information. So if you go and find a problem in Africa that you can use tech to solve, you're going to find funding. Obviously, you need to get the right people as well. So you need to show them that, okay, I have this engineer with this many amount of years of skills. Also make sure that the company is diversified. You have women, you have people from minority ethnic groups from your country. If you have all those things together and you're solving an African problem by African people, the funding is there.
Okay. Another thing. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the other question. I think GB again. GB seems to be really interested in this and say who are the guarantors of for bitcoins.
There's just Satoshi, as far as we know. And also, I'm not going to tell people not to buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin is already reaching, there's already, a lot of Bitcoin has already been mined, and you can still make money from it, but it's going to be very slow. And what you want to do is, if you're going to invest in these cryptocurrencies, especially if you're going to buy it outright, not doing the other type of investment, is you need to buy something like Cardano, or maybe
another
Ethereum.
platform. Yeah.
Yes. The reason why is because these other cryptocurrencies, they are lightweight. These are now almost electronic money. So Cardano is actually an electronic money because, as far as I believe, I don't know if I'm completely correct, so take this part with a pinch of salt. But as far as I understand, Cardano is backed by a fiat currency. So it's backed by, I believe, the dollar or something. So what that means is it's basically electronic money. You can make the transactions with it, and it's lightweight, meaning every time you send money, it's not going to be so difficult or expensive to someone. It kind of works very lightly. That's an example of something that will actually, I believe, will fight and win the cryptocurrency. So Bitcoin is not money. It's not money. It's an asset. Something like Cardano is money, or Ethereum. Now, there's different types of Ethereum coins out there, but Ethereum is another one which you're going to have to watch out for, because there's a whole network where pretty much everyone right now making their own cryptocurrency is using the Ethereum network. That's basically the network where the blockchain is stored. So Ethereum right now says something that you can invest, because even all these NFT markets, if you want to buy an NFT, most of them are held on the Ethereum network. So Ethereum is another one that is going to be used, and they're making a new type of Ethereum, which again is going to be just like normal currency, very easy to use and very lightweight on the system. So you won't be paying expensive charges to transfer money with Ethereum very soon.
I think some people, maybe when, as I said earlier, that the popularity of Bitcoin has really kind of shadowed others, and it made others not to get their shine. As you said, I mean, Bitcoin, the people that bought Bitcoin earlier, like yourself, when you bought it while it was still cheaper, by now, those are the people who really benefited a lot. Yes. Unlike now, where it's really kind of reached its peak or its ceiling.
Yes.
Literally, the growth rate between what you're gonna be buying now, it's so small. Unlike now, other platforms that you can also have a look at them, other cryptocurrencies that you can also look at them and say, maybe there's a projection to grow a further 20% or 10%, whatever. Then you can maybe put your bet on it and say, hopefully by this time next year, or if you're gonna hold on to it for the longest term, then you know that you are on a growth path. It is a growing currency, unlike one that is already reached the ceiling or overly subscribed. You know?
Exactly. And with Bitcoin, it's not really that useful at this point. It's just gold. If you want something that you can really, for example, right now, like I mentioned earlier, all these NFT markets, most of them are on Ethereum network. That means the value of Ethereum still has a huge way to go, because it's now being utilized by so many different technologies. That's what you need to look for. Things like Cardano, lightweight, you can use it as a real currency. These are the kinds of things that allow you to sort of make money from usefulness. Bitcoin isn't really useful. Bitcoin is an asset. It's gold. Gold is not that useful unless maybe you're in semiconductors and it's very, very conductive. But in a real sense, you're not going to use gold for that unless it's research, because it's too expensive. Yeah, so Bitcoin is not useful for money transactions. It's an asset.
Okay. I think we kind of reached. I think I'll just let this now for. Okay, then we can continue. Let's just continue with what you were still talking about obviously the blockchains, trying to explain the blockchains and all the other stuff. Then we'll come back to the questions, because I know the question can really take us out of what you're really trying to say in terms of how Africa can utilize all these platforms to really grow the platform, grow their wealth as Africans and not be left behind. Because one of the things I've noticed, just to derail a bit, where if you look at all the Asians, they also, like in terms of the waves of growth in the world economically, Africa has not jumped into any of the waves. And when I'm talking about the waves, I'm talking about the wave that changed their economies. Like if you look at China, how they took advantage of the wave of manufacturing for the world, and not just their own countries and stuff, and other Asian countries as well. But Africa has not used any wave, whether in terms of our resources or the materials, to really change our life and even change the economic landscape,
I mean, what you said there's so much I actually want to go in everything you said. There's all the opportunities and solutions that blockchain will give, not may give, no, will give. So just to everyone, to make sure we all understand, blockchain is basically a technology that exists. it's real, and you can learn it. There's a logic to it. It's not woo, or there's a real logic of how it works. So I'll give a very, very basic understanding of how it works. I don't know if you guys know about torrents. Torrents, so imagine I want to download a movie, let's say Spider-Man 3. Now, you can either download it from one website where the information is stored in a server by that website, right? And if that server goes down, you can't download that movie, correct? Or what you can do is you can use torrents. What a torrent does is you have that movie stored on your hard drive. I have that movie stored on my hard drive, and hundreds of other people have it stored in their hard drives. So when one person's hard drive goes down, you start to download from the other person's hard drive. So the information is known. There's a certain code for that type of movie. There's a code that will pick and say, okay, this is Spider-Man 3. And you can actually download pieces of that movie from different areas, from different people. That's how torrenting works. So it removes the issue of a server going down. Same thing with Bitcoin. That's what a blockchain really is. I'm simplifying it here, but a blockchain means that all your ledger is there. I can use your ledger as the last transaction, or you can use another person's ledger, because everyone's ledger sort of stores most of the transactions. So you're not relying on a centralized banking system. That's what they really mean by decentralized. Not really what people think of decentralized, of saying there's no real leader. Decentralization in blockchain really means that it's a peer-to-peer network. Everyone is involved in it. The money is not just stored in a bank or some kind of server. It's stored everywhere. It's all over.
I think that answers that question about security. In terms of being hacked and all that stuff. When you have all this different peer-to-peer that have the same, and for you to verify if you still won, you need to verify on all the other platforms,
Yes, exactly. So yeah, if we go on, by the way, thank you very much for Ike Ogiamin for the $100 donation.
Ike,
this is actually the brother I was talking about. So very, very thank you for the donation. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Ike.
Not all Nigerians are scammers, huh? Sorry,
not
everyone.
all of them, man. They're doing business, man. They're just doing business, man. You know them, man. They're just like Somalis in terms of entrepreneurship. They are everywhere, man. They're working hard. They're hardworking people. Yes, I mean, in any society, you'll always have, people that want to take shortcuts, but for the most part, most people want to work fair and work for their families in a good way, in a legit way. So thank you, Brother Ike, and thank you for all the people that have been supporting us throughout the years and even now. Family, we thank you. You can continue, Dr. K.
I hope people understand, but if you really don't understand what I've said, please ask the questions for me to clarify some of it. So that's how basically a blockchain sort of works. It's sort of like an open ledger, and everyone's ID or blockchain is actually sort of not stored in a centralized place. There's no central bank for it. So if one person's goes down, you can actually use the chain of another person to verify a transaction. So let's go through why this even works and how it works. Now, in a normal bank, you have to trust Becky. Becky is has administration control of moving money. Now, when let's say you pay me $200, another Ezra pays me $300, and I give you back the money. In a normal bank, the banker looks at the math and makes sure that it's all right and that the money did arrive and etc. All of that stuff. The banker could even have the power to kind of take that money from somewhere else and give it to you. There's so many ways the banker can do. They can promise another bank money that doesn't exist and just keep moving money around. In a blockchain, you can't do that. Let's say you send $200 to me. That money, that transaction is stored by majority of people in that particular blockchain. So that means if you try to lie to me that you sent the money and you didn't, there's going to be evidence that you didn't send the money, because it would have been registered on everyone else's within that blockchain's ledger. So think of it like a ledger that has multiple hundreds of people's information of where the money went. So even if one person is missing something, it's going to be verified because that same information is somewhere else. So you're never going to have a situation whereby people are stealing, cheating you, for example. You know, if I sent this money, it either went or it didn't, and there's proof. That's why it's trustless. That's really what they mean by decentralized, not that one person owns it or not. That's a whole different case, which I believe is what most people think by decentralization. They think it's there is no central bank owning it, but no, it means there's no central bank controlling the transactions. So this is a future. There's no way about it. There's no going back or people being fearful. This is exactly why right now banks are making the currencies digital, and they're making it using blockchain. So everyone is actually using the technology. Whether you're going to take the cryptocurrency that we see in the market, that's a whole different case. That now will depend on the market. Does the market want to use it this way? I believe Ethereum and Cardano, yes. I've used Ethereum when I make, when I'm going to deploy some cryptocurrencies in the future, I will use the Ethereum network as well. But the point here is this is the future. There's no going back. This technology changes everything. Trustless, especially in Africa, because we still have some corruption going on. This is the technology that will allow us to end many, 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 many forms of corruption. Because now, let's say $2 million has been taken from the taxpayers and is supposed to go into education reform. Now, right now, these people can just move the money however they want. But with blockchain, especially if now you're using the digital currency that you've created in your own country, all of that money will be traced to every transaction. So if they said that they bought 200 laptops at $400 each, that money has to be accounted for, and it's there. The ledger is there. So it's going to make it so difficult for politicians to steal. That's really the kind of African solutions there, because we can focus on changing the culture, but that's a very difficult thing. If you change and make it difficult to steal, the culture changes as a consequence. So this is where really Africa, we have an opportunity to transcend and no longer be following the kakuna, but we're able to now walk in front of the kakuna by unique solutions.
Wow. You just touched on something that's very important in terms of Africa, and also obviously getting rid of corruption, even the intent to even steal money. This also brings another solution to Africa, and I think we have Biggie, the chief, the voice, my co-host, my chief, he's here with us. I don't know if you Biggie, you've got a question. I know you're making bread. He's also making bread on the side.
Yeah, we're making bread. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning for those of you coming back. Awesome to have you. I've been listening, and I was just being on the side. And then it's so funny that we're talking about cryptocurrency, and I've been telling you guys we are all in sync, and looking at every day, whatever the topic comes is as something new, refreshing, and it keeps the audience also commenting. And I see a few things that's been commented. But one thing that I would tell you, again, like I said, we're in tune, and that spirituality that I talked to you yesterday about the third, fourth, and fifth dimension. Today, I just looked at a crypto collective loss of $470,000 after one individual amassed enough token to take control of the group treasury. So I just want to understand the hostile takeover of a crypto. Can you elaborate if it is possible? I mean, this is it's out there.
Yeah. So for Bitcoin, no, not possible. Ethereum, no, not possible, because the market cap is too large. You couldn't be able to buy enough of those things in order to have any influence on the market at this point. However, for new crypto currencies that are being made right now. So I'll give you an example. There's a cryptocurrency called Million, made by Tech Lead, one of the YouTubers. Now, I believe he put $1 million as a he backed it up with $1 million. Now, something like that, actually, what did happen is this is why there was actually some backlash on him. Is he made it seem like people can just buy in and that everyone would have equal opportunity to get good money. But what happened is he then just went and kind of just bought. I don't know if he bought it or took it. No one knows, but he just went and kind of took a significant share of that money. So right now he has really the large control of that money. So he could increase it to benefit him, decrease it to benefit him. Again, he did write the code too. I don't think he's going to try to steal it though. But yeah, you can do it that way. For something with a low market cap, like a million crypto, you could do those things. You could have hostile takeovers. But for large things, with millions, almost $1 trillion, it's not possible.
Okay. Well, I just want to let the audience know there's a certain pitfall because there are over 7,000 Bitcoins out there. And again, we talked about it.
I wouldn't even actually invest in. Now, this is just my own opinion, but I wouldn't really invest in most of the cryptos. I'm more interested in the technology itself as we use it. Let's say a specific country builds their own, to solve their own problems. When it comes to investment, that's a whole different case. Now you have to really think about the issues of basically volatility and people, being able to do, like, let's say, hostile takeovers, all those things. But the large one, like Ethereum, Bitcoin, it's not really going to happen. But the small ones, these new things being built with like $1 million or $20 million, those things are a little bit riskier. Someone could sort of orchestrate it, just like in a normal bank or let's say in a normal shareholder trustee situation. They can do the same things with those sort of cryptos. But ideally, I would recommend people learn about investment before they start buying or trading, because if you don't have that basic knowledge of investment, you're going to fall in so many pitfalls. But there are some which I believe, again, I can't guarantee anything, but things like Ethereum, most networks are built in Ethereum, you're most likely okay. Cardano, it's very useful. It's proven that its blockchain is really, really good for transactions. So something like Cardano, I don't know who made it though. I should really know that. But depending on who made it and if they're a trustworthy source, it can actually be utilized as an international transaction. And the other good thing, I guess, about this whole crypto technology, as is, not the ones which, let's say, the Chinese government makes or Nigerian government makes. The good thing about these so-called decentralized ones is that you don't actually have to pay transaction fees to the banks. That's another issue why some countries are banning them. Because obviously, if I want to send money to America from a different country that's not part of their trading union, I have to pay a small fee, sometimes a very large fee, depending on the country. What really is scaring people and these bankers is, hey, I can send you a Bitcoin and it doesn't have to go through a bank. Bank doesn't get its cut. You can send me money from anywhere in the world easily, seamlessly. There is no banks. There is no people stealing, not stealing, but taking a chunk of your money. That's why these countries are banning them. They want to get their taxes. They want to make sure that, but to the average person, this is good. So imagine you have a Cardano in your pocket. You send me $20 worth of Cardano. I then go to a Cardano agent on the ground, and then I take that Cardano and I translate it into my local currency. Now, something like this can actually easily be done. This is how M-Pesa works in Kenya. And this is how it revolutionized mobile banking. So you send me 1,000 shillings to my M-Pesa account on my mobile phone. And then there's an M-Pesa agent who then has cash, will give me the cash. And then we give them that M-Pesa with, obviously they take a small chunk of that money there. This is the way that I see that if these other cryptos start being utilized more and they don't get made illegal, that's how it's going to work. There's agents, you can go take money out in your local currency, or the other alternative is simply that the government works in a way that actually just allows you to buy everything in Cardano. So Cardano then becomes integrated. Instead of using the dollar or whatever, Cardano just becomes a utilized currency. Like in China, the new Chinese yuan crypto is being used, but realistically, it's the same as the other Chinese yen. It's backed on the same things. It's not like, you know, the other kind of cryptos out here.
Yeah, Cardano is the founder, Charles Hoskin, that was a co-founder of Ethereum. That's the
that makes sense.
That's a guy that came out from Ethereum
Right.
and created his own, you know.
Right. That's perfect. Now I think Cardano will be run on the Ethereum network as well. So I would say Ethereum, if you're going to invest in something, is something to invest in, because so many technologies are running on their network. NFTs, there's so many marketplaces out there, and millions and millions, hundreds of millions of dollars is being moved on their network. So investing in Ethereum, you're not just investing in a coin, you're investing in a network that has other economies stemming from it.
Wow. I'm just gonna go again on the questions. I think there's another question that was raised, or more a comment than a question. Okay, I'm just gonna go to the comment. Where is this comment? I saw something just now. Okay, there's a question from Prof. Kuru. Seems like Prof. Kuru today is back on fire. Do you see the question there, Dr. K, where it says,
yeah,
see the
it's
way
not
forward?
the future. That's what I said. Go ahead.
No, you can answer it.
Yeah. So, do I see that forward banking is future as fintech? I don't see that as future. It's already here. That is the standard at this point. Financial technology is the standard at this point. Everything is. I already looked at all the reports. Even stock exchange, they're all putting all these blockchains as they're running systems. China again has already integrated the new yuan in there. Kenya is actually building their own digital currency as well. I'm not sure if they're going to back it with the dollar or the shilling. I don't know, but yeah, this is the actual current M-Pesa. That's all fintech, mobile money. Yeah, this is the standard at this point. It's no longer a future. And for Africa, there's a lot of things for Africa. This is a very good question. I'll give you an example of another problem that we can use blockchain for in Africa, especially Africa. It's to do with trading. So right now, let's say you are you're selling some products. You're selling some. You have a coffee or chocolate farm. You've harvested 5 tons of coffee beans, and now you're selling them into like packages of whatever sizes. You put an NFT, non-fungible code onto these crates, and you don't get paid immediately. When they trade these crates and they sell it, what happens is, because the NFT exists, before they take a transaction, they have to scan that NFT. Then they have to obviously pay for it. You, as the farmer, will get, like, let's say, a percentage. That depends on how the agreement. So the initial sale, you get your percentage. And then you get a percentage from every other successive sale that product goes until it finishes into the person's tea cup or coffee cup. So this actually would allow African farmers, for example, to be able to truly get their worth, and also make sure that they understand. Because as you see right now, when African farmers get the least money, because as you have so-called added value to the product, they don't get cuts onto all those processes. But this now would allow them to be able to get a share, a percentage of the product. Now, if it's a finite product, it will end when a person eats that product, of course, in the coffee shop. But this is something that allows it. So how an NFT might work is you can program it to be the case whereby, let's say, that one coffee bag, when it gets bought by someone, because it's tracked and everything, you will get that 10%, initial 10%. Then you get like another percentage, depending on the logic of this system, how you've designed it, until it reaches its end use. So that is something that's going to be very positive for Africans, for example, for farmers, or anything. So much things there that would allow Africans to take advantage of this.
Okay. Okay, I see somebody says a link, Deborah. I will send the link a bit later, where people can come in and ask those who want to come and ask on the live stream. And what do you think of the statement? What is this one? By Yedo.
Yedo. Crypto and okay, so Yedo is a very high IQ person. So take with a pinch of salt everything he says. He's the kind of conversations he's having there. It's not related to anything I'm saying. Sort of having a conversation with some of my people on the chat. So I'll try to answer his question, but it's not really something I can discuss too much here based on the level of what he's asking. So crypto and NFT, the effect of crypto and NFT can already be seen. It's is a massive catalyst driving a distinction in money in the rich and poor, and it will only accelerate. Okay, so there's a good point here, which we can take one direction in. So right now, you see, the people who have access to this technology are rich people that have access to Wi-Fi, knowledge, and money to be able to trade. So right now, the rich, by rich, it means people who are technically savvy, have already made billions right now in the market. There are markets where people are trading digital art, for example. So if you have that time and you have that initial money of like $1,000 plus to invest, you could have made a lot. You could still make a lot of money using NFTs. So yeah, I see the point there in that aspect. Actually, if the poor don't implement these things right now, they're going to suffer from it. But that's the initial investment. However, what the poor can actually benefit from is, like I said, with the farming, is now benefit from the systems that have been created now that give them a chance to have true ownership of their assets. But yes, initially, yes, the poor will not get as much initially of the benefits because they're cut out. That farmer doesn't have access to Wi-Fi or knowledge about Udemy to train himself how to trade NFTs, and you don't need to have any knowledge in tech to trade them. You can just buy them. You can even make them, and making them is not that difficult. Okay, you can ask for someone to help you make one, but yeah, so I do see the point there.
But I think just a comment on in terms of the rich and the poor. I think in all society they have to decide at some point whether they will stick. They want to live in poverty, or are they willing to take a certain risk for their life to change? And other societies chose that life whereby they decided that they will do anything possible for themselves, so that they can have wealth and change their life. I mean, if you look at Asia, maybe China being another example, or even South Korea, societies that were also poor, or even way poorer than us at some point, they had to take a certain decision that they need to take. I mean, the poor people at some point, they have to take a decision. Like in all of us here in Africa, even if today we have access to internet, electricity, water, and all the other basics, it took one generation that said, I'm going to take a risk I'll do this, or leaving the country, I'll go to America, take that risk. And you have to take some form of risk for your life to change. If you're taking the risk and risks come in different forms. If you decide to go the educational route, take it. If you think I'll go and get any free knowledge like now, invest in knowledge so that I can learn a trade, so I can learn a skill, so that I can maybe in the future when I get an opportunity of money, then I can invest. It all boils down to us as people. What do we feed our minds into? Because it all sides in our minds as people. If we don't feed our mind with anything, even if you get money, people will still remain poor because they will just take that money for food. It will never be for taking some money for investment or doing certain things. And I always tell people that in everything that you do, there has to other blessings, and I talk about blessings. There's other things in life that you need to prep yourself, for them. It's like if you want to have a car, begin with fighting to get a driver's license, for example. Even if you know that currently I cannot afford to buy a car, but if you can afford to go and get a license, a driver's license, which means you are ready for a blessing or for a car. Should you have money to buy a car, you won't be starting a license and even having to go and purchase a car. You can easily go and buy the car. Even knowledge now, what we're talking about, for those who are wise, they will listen, learn, and also go do more homework and start investing, start doing other things, and it will help them in the future, and their lives will change, and we'll see them shining, or see them in Instagram posting things, and we'll start saying, where do they get the money? But the time when they were here listening and spending time in such platforms, some people were sleeping, others were watching entertainment on their phones. So as family, we need to really invest so much in our knowledge. Some knowledge might not give you money now, but you never know when opportunity will come where they need somebody who has that knowledge that you have, and you can easily just take that opportunity. So let's align ourselves with opportunities, true knowledge, and prep our mind for anything that might come. So just something I needed to just place there in terms of this comments, because sometimes I see people sometimes are so stuck on like we are so poor, and I also don't like us as Africans. Biggie said we must not say we are confused. What's the other word, Biggie? Biggie. I think Biggie's still making bread or in a call. But so
no, I just got lost in the translation. Yeah, I just love the way you said it. When you said before buying the car, get your driver's license.
Yeah,
you'll be on your. Yeah, it's like there's another saying. Don't be in front of the horse. Don't put the cart in front of the horse. You know what I mean? Something backward. So yeah, that's true. We're learning, and Dr. K really appreciate that. I really, really appreciate all what you bring into the table, and that tells also the future of our African brothers and sisters and everybody else that listens to this to the panel. And I see all the comments that's flowing. That yes, it's engaging, because really everything goes hand to hand. When we're putting things out there for our African brothers and sisters to grab, explore, and learn about something that can enhance or get them a better life, or share that information again. This is what it's all about One Africa. We got so many things to cover, and this is one of the issue that we always wanted to cover. It was tomorrow after tomorrow. We got a lot of people that was in line that didn't come up, but Dr. K, I really want to appreciate you for what you brought in here. And again, it's another tool also that I look for, is that how can we improve the African brothers and sisters in the continent with low-hanging fruit. I always say that. Something that we can provide them and they can excel and be independent. You have a laptop and you have your Wi-Fi. What can we get them engaged into being productive?
Very good question. So an example that we're using blockchain technology is by NFTs, so the non-fungible tokens. What you could do, someone on the ground right now, is go to some of these sites which are very hidden. Let's say if you're in Ethiopia, go to Aksum, find some churches which will let you take a photo of some very ancient art, for example. Now, what you do is with their permission, you can even regulate the shares that you're going to have. Is you take a very good picture of that art with your phone, and then what you do is you convert that art into digital art with an NFT code, meaning if someone else takes a picture later on, we know that's a fake one. So the whole point of digital art is the original one, the one that was released the first time is the original and has that particular NFT code. So even if someone just screenshots it, there's an understanding that this is a fake. Like right now, you can buy a Louis Vuitton real or Louis Vuitton fake. People don't tend to want to wear the fake ones, but they can. I mean, sometimes they look the same. But the issue now is authenticity. So NFT allows you to authenticate the original art. Now, what that means is, actually, a lot of these are very kind of unique. Again, it could be a sculpture, it could be a picture, any sort of art you take a capture of. You can even take a video of that art, like a moving, whatever. Be creative. You take that art, you turn it into an NFT. By that, you can contact people like me. There's also other consultants who will do it for you. And then what you do is you put that digital art on the marketplace. So there are websites which you can actually put these arts on. And then the only issue is you do need like maybe is it $50? It depends. Now this is now where the problem is. You might need to put some money to put them there. I'll explain why. When you put something on the blockchain, there is a cost because obviously there's encryption and decryption happening. So depending on how many people are using it and the time, you can, if you do it like some random time at 4 a.m., you might only be paying like $1 or so to put the piece on the blockchain. So it's very, very dependent on the time of day that you put it. So then you pay that small fee to put this art and watch. If you put several art there, someone is going to pay good money for some of them. This is how people are trading. This is now actually what people are doing right now. And people have made thousands. Some people have made 100,000. Some people made hundreds of millions just by even selling one product. But I know for sure there's a hunger out there for very unique African artifacts. You go there, you speak to the right people, you take the art, or you can even just buy something from someone on the street, pay them, whatever it is that art is worth, and it's now yours, and then you put that art onto the network. The reason why I mentioned, speaking to the Orthodox Church in Aksum is because obviously that belongs to them. You can't just put their art. Now that's stealing. That's what Kakunas would do. That's not what we do. That's a low-hanging fruit right now. There is a market for this.
Wow.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One more question that I have, I don't know if you went in depth of the mining part. How to mine coins.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't really go too in depth. What I mentioned is people should go on YouTube, look up a tutorial, but I'll try to give a bit more context there. So for mining, the basics that you need is a good computer. Don't use a laptop because it's going to overheat. You need an actual PC. Now, what you do once you have a good PC with some of the requirements are this: you do need like a powerful processor, like an i7 3 something gigahertz processor. You need like a GTX 980 or so graphics card. You also obviously need good RAM, maybe 16 gigabytes of RAM, and also you need some space as well. Then not just one computer, that's not going to get you any real money. What you need is now connect same types of computers into a network. So now why you should go watch tutorial is because now there's different ways to connect networks. Some are are more profitable, some are less, depending on other factors. So you go watch a tutorial on how to actually connect these networks. Then you go rent somewhere where electricity is cheap. You don't do this in America because electricity is expensive. You're not going to get much benefit. What you do is maybe go to Nigeria, but the Nigeria doesn't have constant power, so that's now the issue. You need it to be constantly decrypting. If the power goes off, that code is going to have to restart, even though it may have been close to decrypting something that will get you a Bitcoin, for example. So you go to India, somewhere in Africa, I don't know which countries have cheap electricity, but I'm sure Tanzania is not so expensive. In Kenya, I know cost per watt of electricity is 0.23 for citizens, and then it's 0.17 for companies. So if you register yourself as a company, but then you have to pay tax now. But anyways, if you register yourself as a company, you can pay less electricity, let's say in Kenya. In Ethiopia, I'm not sure. But yeah, you could just research online countries with cost per watt per country. You look at the countries with the cheapest cost per watt, because that's when you're going to get because majority of this is going to be running high processing computers. So electricity is going to be very, very, very important. Also renting space. You want a country that has cheap renting potential. All those things. So find a cheap country with, cheaper renting potential with a cheaper electrical point, or you can even hook up your solar panels in America, etc. So one of our prospective clients wanted us to sort of design him a shed where he could be crypto mining in America. So what he wanted to put up is a series of solar panels to actually be sort of helping out reduce the costs, and then he could do that. But obviously that's a big investment. It will take a long time to regain that. If you want to start now, find a friend. So I do have a company with actually the Nigerian brother. And what we do is we actually have a network of people in Africa that you can attach yourself to if you want to do business. So the company is called MISC, which means Mastering Your Subjective Consciousness. If you want to find workers in Uganda, Kenya, Ghana, Ethiopia, we can help you. And if you have any projects in those areas, we can find, let's say if you want to do it in Kenya, I can help you set it up. If you want to do it in Uganda, the same thing can be done. And that's how you sort of do it. Don't do it in America unless you have a lot of money to invest in solar panels, because electricity is going to eat you alive.
And just something to add on that in terms of if one wants to do like the physical infrastructure, it is a bit expensive. You will need to have a capital, good money investment wise, because it's going to be a 24-hour operation. I mean, besides now the operation, which is electricity, you need a reliable electricity and all that stuff. Another thing is getting the proper equipment, and depending on the processing capacity of whatever you'll be mining, will also come into play in terms of the cost of setting up. Because literally, you can literally, like, Big is more into network and stuff, so it's like more building like a data center in a way. Like it's almost the same price range to set up just a normal data center. If you
exactly. But ideally, you can make the money back. I've seen people on YouTube saying they made the money back within a month. The initial cost. I mean, that's the best case scenario. Maybe it will take you 3 months, on average, to make the money back. So if you will get the money back with the investment of computers, data, space, all of that. But that's a big investment, and you need to make sure you get the right help from people setting it up. You don't want to set it up wrong, and then you've overloaded the electrical power. This, again, that's why in the company that we have, we help people out, let's say, setting up the electricals correctly. Because if you now overpower your network and you basically heat up and ruin these very expensive processors and graphics cards, you've basically lost your money, because they may not even have the warranty, because they said you were doing some funny stuff that's outside of the warranty cover. You already opened up the computer to even connect it into the net. There's so many issues there. I recommend, if you're going to make one, either you have knowledge in basic electronics, power outlets and all that kind of stuff, or you get professional help to help you, really network these things safely. Otherwise, your computer is going to fry up. You're going to be making fried computers instead of fried chicken.
You are coming from a networking background, so this will also one of
you cannot even eat it. Yeah, just looking even from how much energy it takes to put that. That's one of the things that you highlight. Not to discourage anybody else, but there are people that really want to explore that domain. And
what you could do if you wanted to, because again, you mentioned the low-hanging fruit. You could ideally get old computers that you can borrow from someone, an office. Actually, in America and UK, you can actually just kind of speak to some offices, and they'll give you old computers, which are still working fine. Then you can build a mini network, and then you can test it out for a month. The only really risk you're incurring is the electrical risk. And then you kind of just look. You're not going to make much money, but the point here is you're trying to see, okay, I made this much money with this processing power kind of computer. And if I wanted to get a professional computer, it will cost this much. Then there's some graphs online as well that shows the chances of you making the sort of output, how many Ethereums or Bitcoins you've mined versus the equipment. So if you really wanted to look at all those numbers, get a really, reduce the risk by getting an older model, and then you're still going to get something. You won't get a lot, but you'll still get something. And then you can sort of look at the plot. And then if you feel like you're ready after you understand all those things, then you can invest. But I wouldn't recommend just investing in it unless you have that capital behind you. Don't invest your life savings on this unless you try it out first.
Yeah, and put your last money into this. I think just a small advice. Okay, from what I've been also reading in terms of guys that have been doing some of this stuff, the data mining stuff, I mean, before you even put any money, know the capacity, how much processing speed you need. You need to really have a proper spec. And obviously, as Dr. K said, getting the right people to the electrical side of things, the correct power to power those devices, because they're going to be running 24 hours every day. So you need obviously a reliable power. Hence, you need even, I mean, that's where you need to really power sources. You can't rely on one. If there's solar, if there's sunshine in your area, obviously you might have solar panels, batteries to back up your system. Should there be any power outages at that point? Generator. So a lot of investment really goes into this. It's not something that you just wake up and say, I hear people are making money, I'm going to throw all my money into it. So rather do your proper research and also look at the capacity that you can start in. If you think you can start small and build up, then do that instead of trying to be Dr. K with like, you know, like big data centers where they can capture all this stuff. So please just learn first before you put any money, because it's capital intensive. Obviously, you're gonna need to spend a lot. So, and again, something that I think you can really cover as well, Dr. K, is the network infrastructure as well needed to process this thing, because it's not just any location where you can just place it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, so if you choose, okay, there are some countries. Please, guys, don't come for me, but countries like Ghana or Ethiopia, I would not recommend, because when you mine, okay, so once you mine it, you now need to connect it to the server, the actual Ethereum servers out there. Now, if you're mining it really fast on your end, but then the speed of connection between the other servers and yours, that's going to reduce the efficiency of what you're actually able to generate. Because the whole point here is you want seamless connection. So yes, that was a very good point. You want somewhere with fiber optic internet connection that is stable. Otherwise, you're going to be suffering a lot of losses, just because think of it like a road. If you want to be able to get a lot of, imagine you've mined a lot of potatoes, right? And you want to get those potatoes into the city. If there's bad roads, you're not going to be able to do it properly. So there's going to be less bias on the other end because it's too slow. Then the potatoes also start rotting on your end before more bias can get in. So this whole thing is decryption and encryption. You want to make sure that the networking is solid. Otherwise, it just won't really work. So find, again, a country where there is actually good connection. Also, the upload speed. So this is actually a really good point. So in Africa, you can generally find good download speeds at a reasonably priced amount. The issue, however, in Africa is most service providers don't actually have good upload speed. So the difference is, let's say right now, as you're watching this video, your computer is downloading the content here, and then you're listening to it. However, that's only one thing. So you want both the in and out data pool to be very fast. So unfortunately, in most African countries, the upload speed is significantly slower. Even my current internet connection, I have 60 megabits per second for download, but my upload is probably only 20 megabits per second. And that's actually a very expensive package that I'm paying for. So you want to make sure that, let's say, it's more than that 20 megabits per second for upload as well. Otherwise, if you're now dealing with the $30 internet in Africa where they tell you it's 1 megabits per second upload, it's not going to work. You're not going to be able to actually have a flow in that. Yeah, that's a really, 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 really good point, actually. So even if the electricity is cheaper, you have to now pay a little bit more money for the networking as well.
I'm just going to open the lines, Dr. K, for the guys who want to join and who might want to ask questions. And before we go there, but I will share the link, guys, if you want to come in and just ask anything to Dr. K. Please, I've just sent the StreamYard link. You can join us and ask your questions or comment or come and teach us something that we might have left out. But obviously, Dr. K will come back. We still have more topics to cover. We'll have a part 2 of this conversation, obviously. And before, I just want to also welcome Mwendatezi, my brother Mwendatezi, my midnight co-host. Biggie, our midnight co-host, is here. Mwendatezi, I'm not sure if he has a question for you. He's also in Mombasa, by the way, Dr. K. You know him anyway, so yeah, he's in Mombasa. Welcome, Tezi.
Yeah, man. Hi, guys. Good morning to the guys in the United States, and good evening, guys, in the rest of the world. So, I have a question for my brother here, Dr. K. It's a it's a small question. I've just been trying to understand. When you talk about scalability of blockchain technology, like right now, as I say, M-Pesa can handle maybe at the moment, I don't know, last time I checked, it was around 1,200 transactions per second. And that's just M-Pesa. I think Visa goes all the way to 2,000 transactions per second. And blockchain technology,
it's not
what I've just checked is, yeah?
Sorry, go ahead. Finish your question. It's a very good question.
Yeah, blockchain technology, I'm saying it's around 4.6, but that was in 2019. I don't know how far it has gone so far right now.
Right. But, that's a really that's a really good point about scalability. So that's why let's say if you use Bitcoin is even worse than that. Bitcoin is, I would say, I think is the worst cryptocurrency. That's why earlier I said it's not a digital currency or anything. It's an asset. It's gold. By the time you have to cut up gold pieces to trade it, you see that's why we don't use gold anymore. It takes too much time to process it. However, yeah, you're right. M-Pesa is really good, and I think Kenya is now deciding to basically government is trying to undercut M-Pesa by building their own digital currency. Yeah, you're right. The main point with the blockchain right now and scalability is it's harder and more expensive to run transactions right now, and the main reason why, because of the encryption. Every time you send money, you have to encrypt it. Every time you take the money out, it becomes decrypted. So there's a latency there. There's a delay in the transaction. That's why if you are gonna go and sort of invest, Cardano, they're doing a really good job. I don't know what the speed of it right now. I'm gonna have to check. But Cardano is actually showing that it's one of the promising ones running on the Ethereum network. And also within the Ethereum network, they're building Ethereum 2.0. I'm not sure if it's out yet or not, but that's supposedly supposed to take it like 10 times faster than the current network. So really, the scalability right now, yeah, it's not great. It can still be used. I've used it before for transactions, but it's gonna be like let me compare it to something we both know. So in Ghana, we have MTN that provides mobile banking services. In Kenya, we have M-Pesa. When you run an M-Pesa, it's almost seamless. It's quite fast, right? And you can actually use it without feeling strained. With MTN, you have to go run USSD codes every time you want to send money. It's very slow, very annoying, and perhaps that's one reason why it's not the same as M-Pesa. Obviously, Western Union is even worse because of, it takes so much time. I'll say one of the best ones is Sendwave. Sendwave, you send money now and you get it now. But the point here is scalability, as you asked. We don't really need to replace, let's say, digital currency like M-Pesa or Visa or whatever for microtransactions. Blockchain right now is better than all of them for macro transactions. So let's say you want $1,000 and you need it in my bank and you don't want someone to tax it. That's where it comes in. But for microfinances, yes, right now the current tech is better than blockchain for microfinances, like buying stuff in the store. It's a little bit slower. However, the good thing about it is, if the transaction goes through, it will go through. It's not going to be the case where, like, let's say with M-Pesa, let's say whenever I go to a shop and I'm buying something with M-Pesa, if I don't know the person, I'm going to wait until the transaction goes through, right? That's how it usually goes. You wait until the other person has received the money. Maybe it will be like 5 seconds or whatever. However, with blockchain, you could actually code it so that if you don't have enough money in your account, it's not even going to be verified. So that account won't go through. And if you do send it, it will arrive on the other account. So even if it doesn't immediately register that money is already in the other person's account, it will have it would register it as a pending thing, which will 100% get there. Now that's how I would say is, so you could still use it for micro financing in that kind of situation. The money will actually get there, and it will not allow you to send money that's not there either.
Yeah, okay. I've understood what you're saying, but that was my point, that if blockchain technology is about to revolutionize, shouldn't it be able to compete with like current technology that is also like M-Pesa? It's African made. We were ahead of the curve with the M-Pesa, right? So
yeah,
if it can't compete with M-Pesa,
they don't need to compete. So they're just different realms. M-Pesa is what you use, like as you said, for micro transactions, and then blockchain is what you use for macro transactions. You send larger pieces of money with blockchain, and then for the small micro stuff you use M-Pesa. Yeah, in fact, you could not use blockchain for microfinancing. It wouldn't make sense. It would be too expensive. Like to send small pieces of money require the same kind of decryption and encryption. So sending over $50, $100, fine. Sending $1, $2, $3, no. So that meaning the current tech like M-Pesa doesn't need to compete with blockchain. It's not going to be a competitor. It's going to be a facilitator as opposed to a competitor. But yeah, very good point, actually.
Yeah. That okay. I think you've understood my point, but that was actually the point I'm saying. Also, when you say macro transactions, you're talking about maybe $1,000. If you look at maybe the percentage of the African population that is actually capable of sending $1,000, you're talking about the 0.1%, maybe even probably 1%, and the other 99% is just macro transactions. If you understand what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, so that's a good point. Now, why that was important? So, a lot of African economies is supported by diasporans. So the diasporans sending back money to their family, that's now where this is going to revolutionize things. There's going to be a very low fee, especially for the large amount of money. The banks are going to take much, much less. And then the people are going to be able to receive it. So yeah, it's really going to help more of the diasporans or businesses or people who have that capital. Yeah, when it comes to like, day-to-day finance. However, for Africans, the ones on the ground, what it does help them a lot is more the businesses. So like I mentioned earlier with the farm, you grow cocoa beans, you sell that cocoa beans at a certain percent, and that percentage you get a cut from every time that cocoa beans is bought or sold or traded by anybody else. So now that African farm group actually has access to every route that cocoa bean goes through. They get a percentage cut from it. So it's going to help more on that kind of level, those unique ways to use the technology rather than the typical day-to-day M-Pesa or MTM sort of financing.
Yeah.
No, I was saying, did you get your answer? Because you were quiet there for a moment.
I've got the answer. I think, I think I'm on Team M-Pesa. I think, but I understand the blockchain technology and how it is. Personally, I think yesterday I told you my opinions on why I like blockchain is because I don't want to pay taxes. So so that is why.
Yeah. Especially for African youth, actually. So I'll give you an example. In Kenya, at least, the government, people started seeing that there's a lot of young guys and girls making good money, buying big houses. And they were like, "Where these people are not working?" Of course, they're working online, right? They were either online writing, working as YouTubers, or any other sort of online field. And what happened is now the government wanted to put through a bill to tax them heavily, not even a little bit. And you see, how are you going to tax a job like entrepreneurship when there isn't that constant money? So that means you're now you're increasing the barrier of entry, right? That's not a good thing. You could maybe tax someone who's making over a certain amount of money, but then by just blanketly trying to tax, people trying to be entrepreneurs in the beginning, where the losses and this and the time, it doesn't make sense. So the youth who are fighting over this, I don't think it's gone through Parliament yet. But blockchain will help because we don't have to be registered to the bank. We can be getting paid in Bitcoin or whatever it is, and the government doesn't need to know and start taking your money even before you start making the money. So it kind of helps open up. And also in other countries, for example, like I did mention in Ethiopia, when I was there, I found it very difficult to send money. Sorry, not me. People who I work with find it very difficult to send money out abroad because there's so much regulations. The government controls so much things. I don't even know the process of doing it because the people I tried to get to send me money couldn't do it. So it solves that issue. Now you can be for example, that's another issue why it's hard for, let's say, in Ethiopia to set up these online businesses because of the banking structure there. You can't register with PayPal. Maybe someone can, but we tried. It was impossible. So how are you going to get paid? There's a lot of opportunities like writing for translations, jobs. The issue now is a barrier for entry. So if you use like a VPN, you change your location, and then you use like one of these international banking, because that's the main thing here is crypto is an international banking platform. You don't need, so even if your country has weird regulations against it, you have access to basically work and make money from anywhere in the world. That actually, I would say, is where, let's say something like M-Pesa can't do. M-Pesa requires legalization by the government in specific countries. So right now, M-Pesa has just gone to Ethiopia, and I believe by March they will have the legal banking tender license by March to start operating there fully. So now that's where the advantages of like a blockchain comes in, is you can work anywhere. The government isn't controlling your bank, and you can make money and help yourself and get jobs that are not regionally accessible to you otherwise.
Okay, I have another question, my brother. So, as you've said that M-Pesa has gone to Ethiopia,
Yes.
And let's assume maybe the best case scenario, it's highly adopted in Ethiopia, right? And
it will be.
And now, and now M-Pesa says, let's take this to the next level, and we're going to have now international transactions. And they say, we will be able now, and which they can. They already have the infrastructure in place. All they need to is just to change the parameters and say we can now transact in thousands of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Nothing going to, okay, if they get the permits right and all that.
Yes. The issue here is the cost. Yeah. So as we said earlier, with blockchain, if you're doing micro transactions, it's more expensive. But for blockchain, when you're doing macro transactions, so thousands of dollars or even less $500+, it's going to be cheaper, much, much, much cheaper. So, for example, with M-Pesa, because they're a regulated bank under international law, what that means is, first of all, the money, is it kept in dollars? So every time there's a change in currency, for example, let's say I send money from Kenya to Ethiopia, it's not going to go from shilling to birr. It's going to go to shilling to dollar to birr. So you're losing money and you're incurring charges at every transaction. So it will work, and I'm sure it'll be good. But then blockchain will have the advantage of only having 2 levels instead of 3 levels of separation of change. I send you in Cardano, you take Cardano and change it back into dollars. There isn't like a 3-way or 4-way. Sometimes it's even crazy. There's even 5-way money being exchanged. And you if you're an international bank, you have to pay a certain rate at all these transactions. And then the small people have to incur it And again, even with M-Pesa right now, if you notice, it's very expensive. I think I can't give an exact number, but I think if you send over $400, that's like, is it $2 or $3 that you end up paying? And then that is quite expensive, actually. Blockchain would be cheaper, especially like I'll say, give it 5 years. The network, especially Ethereum 2.0, when it's all running well, it's going to be much, much more beneficial for larger transactions. But yeah, for smaller transactions, M-Pesa is going to be way, way better. Things like Visa, M-Pesa, they're going to be way better for small transactions. And in terms
Anybody
of
else has a question?
Yeah, and in terms of Ethiopia, it's definitely going to catch on because the Ethiopian government's current mobile banking is slow. I think they do it with MTN as well. Don't hold me on to that one. I do think it's MTN, and MTN is not anywhere the same speed as M-Pesa. So M-Pesa will catch on. People like ease, convenience, and speed. So I don't see it losing the competition. There's only one competition in Ethiopia, so it's just Ethio Telecom. So I think they'll be fine.
And I wonder how far it is, eh?
Yeah.
Now you can continue, Miratsezi.
Yeah, I just actually read that they banned the Ethiopian government just banned. They were going to give another tender to another telecom, and they stopped it. So I think that just paves the way for Safaricom to dominate.
Mm-hmm.
And this is actually another question I was going to ask my brother. I don't know. I have a lot. We can make. I have a lot of questions. I don't know if other people can speak because me, I'll speak. I don't want to take somebody else's time.
Okay, you know what I'm gonna do, Madatezi? Let's give Deborah a chance to answer comment or answer a question, and then we can then maybe come back to you or even go to the comment section. Seems like this topic is very hot, eh? Today I don't see a lot of people jumping into this. Are we having students? When it's first day at school, you're introducing a topic and no one knows anything about it. How your students look like. Their eyes are just popping out, like what's happening? But anyway, Deborah, welcome.
Thank you. How are you?
Good. How are you, Deborah?
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Deborah. Good.
Can you
Deborah, can't hear you so well.
Can you speak louder? Deborah. كفار قدم سيشن.
عابد.
ጥያቄ አለሽ ወይ ስለ ክሪፕቶ ከረንሲ አሁን የምናወራ የነበረው? ጥያቄ አለሽ ወይ? Hello?
عابد.
ጥያቄ አለሽ ወይ ለዶክተር ኬ?
ምን ላይ ነው አሁን እኮ
ስለ ክሪፕቶ ከረንሲ ስለ ክሪፕቶ ከረንሲ ስለ ክሪፕቶ ከረንሲ ነበር የምናወራው።
ዲሞክራሲ
ክሪፕቶ የትራንዛክሽን እንዴት ብዬ ላስረዳሽ? አሁን ባለው ዲስካሽን ላይ ጥያቄ ካለሽ ብዬ ነበረ።
አይደለም ምን ላይ ነው አልኩ።
ዛሬ የምናወራ የነበረው ስለ ክሪፕቶ ከረንሲ ነው። ማለት በገንዘብ ብቻ ሳይሆን ሌላ አይነት ፎርም ኦፍ ትራንዛክሽን እንዳለ ስለሱ ነበር የምናወራው።
አልገባኝም። ግን ሰው መርዳት ነው ምንድን ነው እሱ?
በጠቅላላ እንደ እንዴት ነው ትሬድ ለማድረግ ከዛ ላይ ምን እንደሚያስፈልግን ምን ማወቅ እንዳለብን ስለ ክሪፕቶ ካረንሲ ነበር የሚያስረዳን ዶክተር ኬ። እና ካልገባሽ ግን እኔ በጎን አነጋግርሻለሁ፣ ስለዚህ እንደውልሻለሁ።
ምንም አልገባኝም። ምክንያቱም ጸሎት ነው ገንዘብ ካልሆነ ምንድን ነው? ገንዘብና ጸሎት ነው አንድ ሀገር መንቀስ የምትችለው እና እውቀት ምናምን ነው እንጂ ምንድን ነው ሌላ
ስለ አንድ እውቀት ነበር የሚያስተምረን። አንዱ እውቀቱ ስለ ክሪፕቶ ካረንሲ ይባላል። ማለት ይሄ አሁን ላለነው ዓለም በካሽ ብቻ አይደለም፣ በሌሎች እንደነ ቢትኮይን የሚባሉ በእንደዛም ትራንዛክት ማድረግ እንችላለን። ስለዛ ጠቅላላ ኢንፎርሜሽን የሚያስረዳ
ቢትኮይኑ ምንድን ነው? ምን እንደው ቢትኮይኑ ምን እንደሆነ እሱ ምን እንደሆነ አውቃለሁ፣ ግን እኔ እሱ ተጠቀሙ አይደለም መጠቀምም አልፈልግም። ምክንያቱ ጀርባ ምን እንዳለ ስለማወቅ እሱም ተጠቅምም አላውቅም፣ አልጠቀምም ደግሞ
ማለት በጀርባ ስትይ
ለምሳሌ አሁን ቢትኮት ምናምን ሆኔ በቃ ምንድነው አሜሪካ ውስጥ የሚሰራ ምናምን ምንድነው እምነት ጋር ይያዛል ይሄ ነገር። ግን እኔ እሱ ውስጥ መግባት አልፈልግም። አሁን ቴክኖሎጂ ይመስላል፣ ግን ለምሳሌ አሁን እኔና አንተ ብቻ ነው ለስነሱ እና ምክንያቱም ለምሳሌ ቢትኮት የሚለው እንትን እጅ ውስጥ የሚቀርበ ምን የሚያሰሩ ምናምን እና እሱ እኔ አልጠቀምም። እሱ ደግሞ አይመለከተኝም። እሱ በውስጥ ነው ማውራት፣ እሱ ውስጥ መግባት አልፈልግም።
ገባኝ።
ምክንያቱም የእኛ መንፈሳዊ ከሆነ በመንፈሳዊ ምክንያት ጀርባ ምን እንደሆነ ማንን ምን እንደሚሰራ ስለማወቅ
ኦኬ፣ እሱን ልጠይቅልሽ።
ላ አትጠየቅ። እኔና አንተ ብቻ ነው የሚያወራ እንጂ ለምሳሌ
እኛ ብቻ ሳንሆን አይሽ ሌላ በሙሉ ካመንት የሚያደርገው ላይ ደግሞ እየሰማ ነው ያለው ይህን ጥያቄ።
እኔ እዚህ ላይ ጥያቄ የለም። ምክንያቱም እኔ ጀርባ ምን እንደሆነ ብዙም ነገር ብዙም ማውቃት ስለሆነ እሱ ውስጥ መግባት አልፈለግኩም።
እሺ፣
ይሄ እምነት ጋር እያዘት ስለሆነ
እንግዲህ ጥያቄ የለሽም? ይህን እናወራለን። Okay. For right now, she's got no question, but there was certain thing that she ties into certain religion aspect of it and all that. So at this moment, she doesn't have any more question. Go ahead, Ezra. Thank you, Deborah. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Deborah. And you know, we are all learning. We don't know everything that we normally discuss. So we're all learning. And thank you, Deborah, that you came to learn. If it was somebody else, they could have just said, "I'm not watching the stream tonight. I don't understand those things," and sleep or watch TV or something. Thank you, Deborah, for coming to learn with us. But I just want to welcome. There's somebody, Mr. Awesome. Welcome, Mr. Awesome.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Awesome. Any question for Dr. K? Or any comment or something that you think we left out?
Yeah, I think this is a great idea as far as using blockchain to unite Africa. In Africa, we don't have a common currency. Having a common currency make the effort to have a common currency may be ambiguous, and how we're going to do it and things like that. But the fact that there is a Bitcoin and a blockchain that is not controlled by any Westerns and governments may be a good opportunity for Africa. There was an effort, like when Bitcoin was new, when it was like $1 or or $2 or $3. There was a Jamaican guy talking about this against this effort, and he actually sent me some Bitcoins back then, and I was like, "This is a great idea," and he was distributing Bitcoins for that effort, and after a few years, uh, I think he was exhausted of doing that, and he never tried anymore. And I even lost my Bitcoin. So, but I think this is a great initiative and good ideas. There are so many blockchain other than Bitcoin uh, that needs to come, that needs to be welcomed to Africa and be used as a common currency, and that would develop Africa greatly. So keep that discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Awesome, for your insight. I just want to just go to the comment section, and there's a question where I saw somebody, Habesha. I think Dr. K, you had already answered some of the difference between digital and crypto. I don't know if you want to still answer that again, but I think this person probably joined late. And there's another question again from Habesha Chup, United Habesha Chup. What do you predict about Dogecoin? Have you been following the Dogecoin? I know it's also been trending at some point.
Yeah, I believe it's the one that Elon Musk owns a big share of, actually. So yeah, Dogecoin, I don't really know much about the underlying code or structure of it, but I do know they're doing something similar to Cardano. They're trying to make it so that, as Brother Tezi said earlier, reducing the basically the transaction rate. Sorry, increasing the transaction rate, making it faster. So Dogecoin has a similar sort of project like Cardano. They're trying to really reduce that the latency. Like if you buy something or you make several transactions, how fast does it happen? So, but I don't quite know the full kind of logic behind why it works that way. But yeah, it's trending because of like people like Elon Musk's buying loads of it as a joke, and then because it's called Dog Coin, so that's why it kind of got a lot of mass appeal. Yeah, it's good. If you, according to, as far as I know, the logic is similar to Cardano's logic. It tries to make it faster, so it might be one of the things that may actually win the fight. Because ultimately, when it comes to the main big cryptos, some of them will win. Most of them will die out. And a few of them, which have shown that they're very useful and practical, are the ones that win. So Bitcoin has already won because it's not practical, but it's an asset. It's gold. It's something that is finite, and you can't basically create more of it. So that's already won. Ethereum is one because of the network it has. Most of these other coins are actually built on Ethereum network. That's how powerful Ethereum is. Right now, for example, there's no one really making real cryptocurrency. What they're really making is crypto tokens. Most of these other cryptos, there's other thousands, are not current. They're not like a currency like Ethereum or Bitcoin, where they're trying to make it sort of stand on its own. You mine it. No. That's very few cryptocurrencies that you can actually mine, where they're trying to really kind of create their own asset. Most cryptocurrencies at this point are really crypto tokens. So someone creates. So let's say I mentioned the crypto called million token. What they do is they basically connect that to a fiat currency, so an already existing currency. So let's say the Chinese government, they created a crypto token. It's not really a cryptocurrency. It's a crypto token. The difference is a token is actually usually is written mostly on Ethereum network, actually, but I don't know what the Chinese government did for theirs. They're basically making a digital form of their currency. So digital currencies are really the cryptocurrencies which are built on crypto tokens. I know it's kind of confusing. So digital currencies are mostly either they're just normal money, like let's say M-Pesa, or they are built on a cryptology system, but on the token, not like a whole actual blockchain that they've invented themselves. So they use an already existing network like Ethereum to create a token. And a token, let's say you create your own token, Swahili Nation token. What that means is we then put like $5 million. That's the market cap for it, and people can buy it. Again, it can appreciate, but there's that limit of 5 million from the beginning. Then obviously, as you sell it, the prices go higher and higher and higher, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I have something. I have a comment, and maybe my Dr. K can clarify this. It's about what you've just said, Kadara, Kadan. Is it? I don't know the name. Is it
Dana.
Kadano? Kadano. Yeah, I've just learned about it when you mentioned it, and I've just done like a quick read. And I don't know if you have some idea of how it works, because I wanted to ask you a question about it. And basically, they're trying to solve the scalability problem by using it. Their logic is they're using the way a computer works. Where they're using the blockchain as a hardware memory, and then the transactions are going to happen outside the blockchain, like random access memory. Then when the transactions are done, they are then recorded back to the blockchain technology. So what do you think about that?
Funny thing is, that's actually as a joke. When I said earlier about blockchains still being able to be used in transactions, whereby let's say I buy a product from you, and I owe you, $50. Now I pay with it, $50, and then that $50 gets written through the computational layer. So it's there, everyone can see it, but the actual money doesn't get moved until a little bit later, where it's now complete. So that's how Cardano works. It has two layers. Actually, yeah, it works, funny enough, the way that I was joking around earlier. So the logic here is both, again, obviously a form of cryptology is embedded. But let's say, so I pay you right now. Instead of money actually leaving my wallet right now and going to your account, it starts the process, but it gets accounted for as if it's left my account and is now in your account. But that whole process is always going to happen. Hence why you can't send money that you don't have. It wouldn't let you. Yeah. So that's how they're trying to solve the basic latency problem. So once that transaction has been noted that it's gone, it will always end up in the wallet that it's supposed to. Rather than, obviously it would have been, that's one of the ways they're trying to solve it. They have a settlement layer and a computational layer, and they basically use in tandem. So one is on top of the other. One goes faster because you can do it without having to go through as much decryption, and then the other one follows suit. But it will always follow suit.
Yeah.
So maybe have a chance.
Yeah. That's actually that's where now my question was here. Since doesn't that put a security issue? It leaves a vulnerability, because now these transactions that are happening outside the blockchain, aren't they now vulnerable, because the blockchain isn't aware what happened since before the last recorded transaction and the final one that it receives. So in between there.
So in theory, that's true. How they're trying to solve that is they're trying to. Okay, so most other crypto tokens are written in Python or JavaScript or one of these high-level languages. But with Cardano, what they're trying to do is they're using languages like C or C++ or even machine code to write. What that means is the computational layer and the blockchain layer, they both have the same memory allocation. So what that means is they will always like meet each other, almost like imagine like what do you call it, magnet that has very, very precise waves that those two magnets and only those two magnets will always meet. So what they're trying to, that's how they're trying to do it. They're trying to put the memory allocation with the same blockchain code. So one just goes ahead. It's almost like sending, okay, so imagine now we don't have phones or any sort of telecommunication network. What I can do is I can send an emissary to you. Emissary can send off the data, the knowledge, obviously, that I want to send, and I'll come later. Now, obviously, an emissary can die on the way. Many things can happen. So what you said about security, that's what they're trying to resolve right now, just to make sure that they always meet each other. So if they do it, I think they'll be fine. But who knows if they'll overcome that problem in a large scale.
I think this question, we kind of covered it earlier when we talk about the data mining infrastructure and the requirements to start. I think Esmerata is only joining us late. Please, family, subscribe, like, and turn on the notification icon so that at least when we go live, you can really start with the stream so that you can hear us when we talk about certain issues, because some of the questions I see, it takes us back to some of the stuff that we already covered. So please turn on the notification icon whenever, after just subscribing, or if you are a subscriber already, just turn on the notification icon if you've not, because you're going to miss out a lot. You'll join the stream 2 hours later and you'll ask a question that we already covered. So please, family, try to do that. I don't know if you still want to maybe touch on this a little bit, and then we can move forward.
Yeah. So if you want to make money, as in you're doing as a business, you need a powerful machine, fast networking speeds, and very good electrical system with batteries in case it goes off, so that your code doesn't have to start again and you lose time and money. However, you can start small with bad computers just to understand how it works, even with slow network speed, just to see if you can even mine something and like you'll actually get something in your wallet. So to test it out, you don't need all these things. But if your purpose is making money, not just wasting your time and money, yes, you need to have a good system. And to go back to what the brother, I'm not sure his name is, with the avatar with the hair that looks like a triangle, he did mention a really good point. If we're going to make an African trans-African currency, blockchain actually allows us that way very easily. Because right now, like I said earlier, is when you want to send money to Ethiopian shillings, that money really gets converted into dollar or euro, whichever one they're using, and then back again to the bid. That's how it usually works with these banking systems. So imagine you have Africa and you have like a currency there. It's going to be very difficult for you to have a intra-continental currency, because all the exchange rates, the money is going back to Europe or America. So actually, it's not going to benefit you that much. The money is, every transaction, think about it, is going to be going, because you're now changing from shilling to dollar back to naira, then the same thing all across the whole continent with this currency that you decide to make. But if you have a blockchain, the only changes is between the blockchain and your currency. And you can make the fees zero if you want, because you're the one in control of that system. So if I want to, I want to send my Nigerian brother some money, I send it to him in this currency that we've created. And then the only exchange rate is between the business that is being created in that scenario. So we're the ones who determine that. So that literally removes kakunas from the whole thing. So they're not eating from us making transactions. That's really, really, really gonna change a lot. And you decide your own logic of how you want it to run. Because you see, even in Europe, right, they had to do the same thing. The reason why most countries in Europe use European currency is so that they don't have to keep changing into the other currencies and putting all those fees and etc. That's why most countries adopted it. it's only a few countries like UK that refuse to adopt their euro as a working currency in the country. So they will, and obviously to make this African country used, that's going to be very difficult, because imagine there's different economies. Like South Africa might not want to use a certain currency because they're going to lose out more because they may have more money. Same thing with other countries. So for Africans who all adopt this new currency and leave out the old ones, that's going to be very difficult. But if you have this currency you just create from crypto, it doesn't change anything. You can still use your normal currency with very low fees for exchange.
Okay. Okay. Let's see. There was another question that I had seen here. What was that question?
The question is Dogecoin. What is Dogecoin? Somebody was asking that.
It's similar to Bitcoin and the other crypto platforms. It's just I think he also explained it earlier, Dr. K. I think he even said I think Elon Musk has some. He also bought some, so it works almost similar to Bitcoin and Ethereum and all the other platforms. It's just obviously it's another platform as well. Yeah, Biggie, if maybe Dr. K can tell you, Dr. K, what's the estimation of all these cryptocurrencies worldwide at the moment? Is it like 10,000? Is it like 100,000? How many are there? Because there's a lot. There's a lot, Biggie.
Yeah, they're about 7,000 known, but
yeah, over 7,000. Yeah, the ones that are known that are on the networks. But in reality, I think there's over 100,000. They're just not on the network.
Right.
So everyone is making their own every day.
Right.
Maybe
Nation can start. We can start our own. You know.
Yes, we could actually, and then we we could make our own currency, and then we put it on the network. But the ones like Bitcoin or Ethereum, the ones that you have to mine, there are few of those ones. The majority of the new ones are mostly tokens, where they work within like a network. Yeah, those ones are much easier to make. Because to make a real Bitcoin alternative, you need to know really low-level machine code. Most people don't know machine code. Even I don't know machine code, so I'm not going to be able to make a real so-called blockchain like Bitcoin. I can only make something like Cardano's or those kinds of stuff. I just don't have the skills, and not very few people know machine code. So you need to very, very low-level understanding of computer science to do it.
I have some questions for you. What's the best way to possess cryptocurrency? Is it through? I mean, what platform should we use to possess Bitcoins? That's my first question. The second question is, how can we convince businesses and governments to start using, I'm sorry if it's been asked already, but how can we convince businesses and governments to start using cryptocurrencies? Thank you.
Yeah, so first question, I would say if you don't have any knowledge in crypto sort of stuff, you can use Coinbase. I've used it for many years. It's safe so far. It's not really been hacked that much, and your money is most likely safe. I will say most likely just because you never know. There's also Mycelium, if you want to store it on your mobile phone. Again, not everyone has a computer over here, so this is another wallet for your phone. There's also Exodus. This one is good for like desktops. Like if you want to almost put it into, you don't want to put it on the cloud. You want to keep it on your actual computer, and you don't want to put it through the internet. You can use something like Exodus. But if you don't mind putting it on the internet, Coinbase is great for phone and computer, and then Mycelium is good for mobile storage. And how can we get the government or convince people to use it? So there is actually a surprising number of people who do use it for trade, especially international trade. I've seen it. I've done it myself. However, to get the common person to use it, you need to give them an advantage of why they're using it. And unfortunately, for now, it's not so obvious. Apart from maybe if they start doing NFT trading, so trading in art or digital art or coffee, all these things that's going to start happening. That's when maybe the common man, because right now there isn't, using as a currency, there isn't a benefit for the common man unless you're doing international transactions or things like that. Because M-Pesa is just going to be easier or faster. And businesses to accept it. There are a surprising number of businesses slowly accepting payment in cryptocurrencies. That is actually beginning to happen. But again, it's going to be businesses that are a little bit, either they're new in the game or they're just have a little bit more sort of understanding of potential. But to get the average person to use it, you're going to need to create a reason for them. And for right now, the only real benefit is if you have a lot of money, or by a lot I mean over $500, and you want to trade in that money, like diasporans. So the first step I would say is we convince diasporans. Okay, no. We need to first find a cryptocurrency that we know we can trade back into the real money. So I'll explain what I mean. So let's say we use Cardano. We set up an M-Pesa agent or a Cardano agent. To be honest, we could just create a company like M-Pesa using a system there that already exists, and we don't even need to rewrite our own code or anything. Assuming the people who create Cardano are trustworthy, which we know who they are, what we do is we recreate M-Pesa. I'll give you the logic here. We have diasporans who send money back home, or even people from home using it themselves. We have Cardano agents on the ground who will, for a fee, take your Cardano and give you the local currency. So you just set it up exactly like M-Pesa. The only thing here is we don't have to invest loads of money creating the logic. It's already there and it's technically free. So the only thing that we do is just we orchestrate it. We take Cardanos, we translate it back into shilling or bir or naira or anything else, or Somali shilling, and then we basically do it. So that's actually a great way to start doing it.
If I may continue my question. May I?
It's awesome. You can continue.
Okay. For me, I use, because I lost when I broke my phone. I lost my Bitcoin. I started using Robinhood, and I see a lot of comments. Robinhood is not a good way to possess cryptocurrencies. Most likely it's probably because I cannot do an exchange. I have to. I'm basically relying on Robinhood, but any other platform I use, I'm also relying on the other platform. So I wanted to understand better why Robinhood is bad. The other thing is I think there's fear. Like if you go to any African country, I'm pretty sure that's the case in every country, in every African country. There's fear of inflation. The value of the currency in African countries is falling, and to maintain, everybody wants to hold dollar to maintain their currency, and is a good to market cryptocurrencies. Hey, if you change your money to crypto, you can hold your value longer. Is it good? If I try to tell my family to hold their money in crypto, and I don't want to tell them something and they fail and they blame me later. So can you talk about that a little bit? Thank you.
One thing can I ask? Can I ask on top of it? That I want to add, right from the get go. I just want to have a little disclosure about OA. One Africa. We don't advise or give you consultation. We tell you to get the prospectus and understand where you're getting involved. What we have here is a general communication to for question and answers, but it's opinions, and at the same time, there are the mechanism of things we can explain you. But when it comes to investment, and you hear it from our platform and advise your family, and something we just don't want to have any repercussion for that. So on this platform, we wouldn't be telling you how to tell anybody else how to invest. We always said read the prospectus and make sure that you understand what you're getting involved with. Do a lot of homework because we don't we suggest, and it's up to you to evaluate whether it's a good way or a bad way. Because I'll leave it at that from One Africa platform, Swahili Nation. I just want to put that out there. Did he drop?
Probably.
Yeah, he dropped.
Yeah, so I'll try to answer the first question, and the second one I'll give advice, but obviously what people should do with their own money is personal, and you should do your research. Make sure you confirm everything and you are comfortable. Don't trust what someone else says, because what they're saying might not be relevant to your situation, because they don't know all the facts about what's happening. But so in terms of why something like Robinhood is not quite as safe as it could be, and why there are better ones is Robinhood is, as far as I know, it's not FCC, whatever, regulated, like something like Coinbase is. So if you did lose your money in Coinbase, you will get some of the money back, just like you would in a normal bank regulated, because it's now a financial institute. It's not, the crypto is irrelevant. It's you're exchanging money. It's a real trading platform. So you are protected. Now, when it comes to storing it, the safest way is actually just storing your money in a hardware wallet. You have a USB device where you have a wallet there. You put your PIN when you want to make a transaction. It comes up on the screen, and then you make it, and then you take it out. Your money is safe. No one can hack your hardware. The only thing that can happen, though, is someone can steal your USB device, and if they know your PIN, now they can obviously steal your money. But when it comes to hacking, at least interweb hacking, it's impossible to hack a hardware unless it's got some weird Bluetooth device, and then someone creates a hacking tool that can connect into it. So if it's a regular old USB stick that has no special tech, that's the safest way to store your wallet. And if you just type on Google USB wallets for the crypto that you want, you'll find it.
They're there. I mean, there's a couple of them where you can literally just store them. I mean, obviously you just connect it, and then some of them they can even give you options. I've seen some of the devices. So, but anyway, I wish some of the stuff I can just show you with this. Was someone saying something?
Yes.
Oh, Deborah.
Yeah, yes. እና እንትኑ ለምሳሌ አሁን ሁሉም ቴክኖሎጂ ነው እንላሉ እና ለምሳሌ አሁን በቴክኖሎጂ ምናምን ይላሉ። ለምሳሌ አሁን በባንክ ትራንስፈር ማድረግ ይችላል፣ በስልክ ማድረግ ይችላል። ለምሳሌ አሁን ሱፐር ማርኬት ሆነ ማሽን አለ አይደል? እሱ መስራት ይችላል። ግን ይሄ ስሙ ምንድነው? ምን አላችሁ? ምንድነው እሱ?
ቢትኮይን።
ይሄ ቢትኮይን እና ማይክሮቺፕስ የሚለው አንድ ናቸው ነው ልዩነት አላቸው? ለምሳሌ አሁን እኛ ሀገር ቢትኮይን ብዙም አይጠቀሙም ኢትዮጵያ ውስጥ ማለት ነው። አሁንም በስልክ ምናምን ይጠቀማሉ። በማሽን አሁን ገብተዋል መሰለኝ። ይሄ ችግር የለም። ግን አሁን ቴክኖሎጂ በስታ ብሎ ለምሳሌ አሁን እጅ ውስጥ የሚቀር እንትን እጅ ውስጥ ምንድነው የሚለው ማይክሮቺፕስ፣ እሱ አሁን ቴክኖሎጂ ይላል እንዴ? ለምሳሌ ከታርግንና የመንፈስ ይነካል አይደል? እሱ
Okay. she I just want to translate the few things that she mentioned. She said we got all the technology now to transfer our money. Let's say you go to grocery shops, you can do your transaction uh, at the machine without the cash. It's cashless, literally. We got all this thing. Is this thing gonna evolve? Something that is, sometimes, yeah. She's looking at it from a religion aspect of it. Do we have an involvement of Microsoft in inserting chips in your body? Or is it going to be in that kind of technology?
ሁለተኛ ጥያቄ ደግሞ ማለት
No,
ነው
yeah. ይመልስልን። ይህንን
አንድ
ይመልስልን።
ላይ እሺ
Okay. Dr. K.
Yeah, just getting some coffee. So, very good question. So part of my PhD, I worked on a electronically conductive plastic that can be used to transfer heat energy into electrical energy for free, and it worked out. And the interesting thing here is this technology, because it's an ink, can actually be printed onto your skin. So that what she's talking about, that technology is already there. And in fact, they're already making plans to sort of start putting all these ink printed chips into your body because it's going to be easier. You don't have to carry your wallet around. You don't have to lose it. It's there. It's within your body. So that part is no conspiracy at all. When I was doing the PhD, I read another paper of the person who invented that, the ability to sort of create barcodes and all that stuff within the ink. So yes, there is a fear that will happen. This is not really related to crypto necessarily. This is just its own thing. But ultimately, what will happen, especially when the government start regulating cryptos, is at some point we're going to leave behind as a society cards and phones, and things are going to be sort of using your body to scan and all those things. That fear is real, and the technology already exists. They're already testing it out in some places, in research fields, and even some other non-research places. So, but it's not really related to crypto. That is just the umbrella crypto will be part of, just like any other sort of digital tech out there.
I think Norway and Sweden, they've already had trials of that.
No, she got a second one. Hold on. She got a second question. I stopped on the first. Go ahead.
ኦኬ ይሄ አሁን ማይክሮቺፕስ ቴክኖሎጂ ነው አለ አይደል እሱ
It's similar to it. It's going to be written on your skin. ያው ሰውነትሽ ላይ ፕሪንት ያደርጋል። ግን ቢትኮይን እንደዛ ላይ ሌቭል የለም።
Yeah, Bitcoin doesn't have, or any crypto doesn't really do that. But of course, these people's plan is to make old tech have that. And of course, that's how they regulate you. They keep you as a true asset. Now they've centralized you. That's the whole. That's the point of that microchip, is to centralize you. They know who you are, where you are, when you are. All the transactions you make is centralized through them. Yeah, so they want to centralize you. That is 100% what they want. If they centralize every individual, they have control of everything that they need to have control of. But that won't happen with Bitcoin right now. That's something that will happen maybe 10 years from now, which is scary. But obviously, there's human rights laws. They can't force us to do it. They still have to take the old tech because some people will be allergic to these things, etc. So don't worry. They won't pressure you to do it anytime soon. They'll just make it available. But what they will do is they will say, listen, if your kid has this microchip, ink printed within their skin or however they do it, if they get kidnapped, we will find them immediately. So of course a lot of mothers and fathers are gonna accept it. That's now the issue.
Okay. Deborah, are you answered? Looks like Deborah is. Okay. Okay. Just gonna go into the comment section again. Let's see. I think there's nothing really on the questions. And guys, anyone who's here who has a question, you can ask. I think Mundatezi had a
Yeah.
question, or Mr. Awesome can also ask if you've got a question.
Okay, I have a question. See, you, my brother, Dr. K, you talked about coming up with like something like Cardano for M-Pesa. Now, I'm sure Safaricom probably have thought of something like that, and I'm curious if they launched their own coin, you know.
They will for sure, because I know the Kenyan government is already on the ways of launching it. They want to do like a I don't know what they call it when they want to ask for public opinion and whether they should make it a blockchain or not. But I know that obviously with the Safaricom, the government owns like 35%, and when the government launches this new coin, it's going to go through obviously Safaricom, and 100% I think they'll make it, just because they want to stay current with things, especially security. Because I think, let's say with M-Pesa, if the money is, you use the security of blockchain to sort of keep the money, then you use normal ways of transactions. I guess that's just doing like Cardano, but I 100% see that they're going to be doing it. But if you want to do right now, Swahili Nation, we create Cardano agents in Nairobi. We start off somewhere, and then we start testing it out. Hey, that company is going to grow really big. And right now, there's no regulations in Kenya, meaning we don't need to get any license. We can just do it. So until they regulate it, that's when you have to now go through the licensing and whatever. By that point, maybe we're big enough that we can afford the license. Yeah, but right now, I would say if there's no licensing requirements, go and try out businesses until they put their restrictions. America, they're just doing the talk soon. The FCC, is it FCC? They're going to be basically seeing how they're going to regulate cryptocurrency in America. But in Kenya, there's nothing. And it's not banned. So, hey, you can go ahead and set up your fintech solutions company without having to pay. You pay tax, obviously, but no license fees.
Yeah, but that's now my question is, if you can set that up, but you can't compete with Safaricom because there are other telecom companies have tried to set up their own version of M-Pesa or something, mobile money, and they have not really succeeded. In fact, actually, if I have another question, but this is now on the bigger scale of the fintech community, is Safaricom, because is the success of M-Pesa, because right now Kenya has a financial inclusivity rate of, I think, 83%, that one of the highest probably in Africa. Is it because Kenya is already so highly financially inclusive because of M-Pesa and the success of M-Pesa? Is this why I don't see news of any fintech unicorn coming from this side of Africa? Is it because the unicorn is M-Pesa in itself, that it's very difficult to compete with this technology that already is in existence, that there is really no gap to fill? It's already filled the gap.
100%. So to kind of make a comment on the first statement you said about competition, for Cardano, we're not going to be competing with M-Pesa. It's nothing to do with micro stuff. It's just diasporans who want to send over money to building houses, or like over £1,000, and then you just give them a really, really low rate of transaction for it. There's no way we can compete with M-Pesa. No way. The other thing with M-Pesa, why it's so difficult to compete with them, is because in general, Kenyans, but I'm sure other Africans too, we're brand people. Because obviously during the beginning, especially with the Chinese products, a lot of them were fake, as in bad quality products. So what happened is Kenyans began like thinking, okay, I trust this brand because this brand doesn't break. You know, I'm going to buy a Google phone or Samsung. Obviously, these days, China has sort of made good quality products like Xiaomi. But back in the days, there was really, really a lot of bad fake products. So the Kenyan mentality became on, we trust brands. So, you know, an example is Jeek. If you go and wash your clothes or something, I've never heard anyone say, can you buy some bleach, right? Bleach is a generic product, but Jeek is a specific brand. They'll say, go and buy Jeek. There are even cheaper alternatives, which are also good quality by this now, which are a lot cheaper as well than Jeek. But because Jeek sort of won the market in the beginning, most people just keep mentioning Jeek. Same thing with M-Pesa. I mean, Airtel money is a lot cheaper than M-Pesa. It's a lot cheaper, but people don't really use it. Even the poor people don't use Airtel money, which, again, it's just, you're right. Once, especially in Kenya, once you have a company that has proven themselves to be a trustworthy brand, you can't compete with that company as long as they keep doing a good job. So I would say with the Cardano thing, you don't even try to compete with M-Pesa. Just set it up as if you want to send money for investment, let's say buying cars for matatus for work, or Uber transport, or any sort of big money sort of thing over $1,000 or so, you can actually compete with them because you're going to suffer much less transaction fees there. So for the diasporans and sending money to their families. But yeah, nothing else is you're not gonna hear anything else. Also, it's not just the branding that made M-Pesa so good; it's their technology. Their code is so simple, efficient, and seamless. So you mentioned earlier about the time, like 1,200 transactions per second. M-Pesa is one of the fastest mobile transaction systems, apart from like Visa, etc., which is not really mobile money, anyways. But it's one of the fastest. I think it is probably the fastest mobile transaction service. So the fact that that's there, you can't really create something like MTM, right? MTM, I think, is what the Ethio Telecom is using, basically the technology from MTN, which I think is a South African company that operates in Ghana, and now I guess in the Ethiopian government is using it to sort of do their mobile transactions, but it's very slow. It doesn't really work well. Sometimes it stops working in the middle of a transaction. So I've seen the reports, and it's just incredibly much it's an inferior product compared to M-Pesa.
Yeah, actually, that's and what do you think about Flutterwave? And will it penetrate the Kenyan market, or is just M-Pesa going to just throw it off again?
Yeah, it's not going to work. It's not doing anything new, and that's really the issue with some of these fintech startups. They're not really solving a problem. They're not creating something that is a market advantage at all. They're really just not. And so they're not. It's not going to penetrate. Something like Sendwave can penetrate the market, especially for diasporans. Like when I send myself money from my UK bank account or my American bank account to my M-Pesa, Sendwave is just immediate. I never touch WorldRemit or Western Union or any of these slow services. Sendwave is seamless. You send it now, you receive it like literally 20 seconds at the latest later. And that's like an international bank transfer. So something like Sendwave, I believe, can penetrate. But these other stuff that's coming up, unless they have such a high transaction rate like Sendwave, it's just not gonna work. And if M-Pesa is smart, they're gonna get an international banking permit, as in country like, let's say, UK to America to whatever, Kenya, Ethiopia. That's really gonna make them powerful. I mean, a mobile money system that can be used seamlessly across different countries with the same registration numbers. I mean, that's powerful.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, because I don't like. That's what I'm saying, man. Like when I see a company like Safaricom, and you're talking about the transaction fees, that if they continue to expand, and maybe they take the population of Ethiopia is large, really, and
Yeah.
I think they will benefit from the economies of scale. So I think maybe that will give them incentive to reduce the transaction fees.
Yeah. So in Ethiopia, if they're allowed to operate and they get their license in March, M-Pesa will dominate Ethiopia 100%. Because I've used Ethio Telecom before, and it's not fast. And the fact now that there's competition, I think that's going to improve Ethiopian telecommunications so much, because now the government will actually have to do the work and create a good system, or they'll lose their control. But I'm also sure that the government will definitely be owning a share of Safaricom in Ethiopia, 100%. There's no way that the Ethiopian government will allow foreigners to come in and they don't have at least a significant minority share in that company. The Ethiopian government is very smart in that case. They always think of the future. So yes, I'm very sure the government will own a significant minority share of Safaricom in Ethiopia.
And if I can just jump into the conversation about Safaricom, and because I think it's a group of companies that are that got the license in Ethiopia, and I think once they start, since now there's only one license issued, they're going to have an advantage in terms of when more licenses are open for the public or for other companies to join in. Because in Africa, I mean, a lot of companies wanted to come in. They want to come in, I mean, into Ethiopia because the numbers will favor anybody. And for any company that moves into Ethiopia first, it dominates. Just like, sorry, if you look at MTN, in terms of the telecom space, how it moved first before a lot of companies in many parts of the continent, and they penetrated Nigeria. That's really helped them to grow quickly and even go to other markets and stuff. So for Safaricom, it's going to help them a lot in terms of numbers because they didn't really move a lot across the continent. If they had grown, they had taken more of the East Africa and went south, went north and everything, could be talking another story. We could be talking MTN and Safaricom.
You know? Yeah, exactly. But I don't know why Safaricom didn't succeed in Ghana. Maybe it's a culture thing. Some things are just difficult to get people to start using. Because in Ghana and Nigeria, people still prefer using cash. Maybe they don't trust the technology. They don't really. So MTN is too slow for them to really use mobile technology for payment all across. But also, I think there's this issue of trust. I remember when I went to one of the smaller towns in Kenya, in Western Kenya, in Kakamega, and what I realized is that people don't use M-Pesa as much as they do in Nairobi or Kisumu or any other larger city or town. In Nairobi, everyone accepts M-Pesa. When I say everyone, I mean everyone. I've never met someone who doesn't. The only people who don't is maybe the Fuliza. Fuliza is when you've basically taken a loan from. So yeah. So someone is taking like a $5 loan from M-Pesa, and then of course they don't want you to pay them in M-Pesa because the money will go back to pay the loan. So those are the only people who don't accept M-Pesa, but everyone else accepts it. But in the town, sometimes there's a fear, like the townspeople sort of fear M-Pesa for some legitimate reasons. One of them is there's this concept of reversing the payment. So within M-Pesa, you can actually reverse a payment if you made an accident. But what some criminals, not just criminals, people do, is they claim that they sent money to the wrong person. They claim, that the money is really there, and then obviously M-Pesa returns them the money but there already was a business exchange. So that's what the local people in towns fear. But in small towns. But in big towns and cities, I don't think that's a real fear. Here, everyone just uses M-Pesa. Maybe because in those smaller towns, the money is worth more to the people. So if someone reverses the money, I mean, that's going to hit them harder.
And I think, Mandatezi, there's a lot of companies that are coming in. And obviously, each company needs to test the market. Some markets will never work. Some things you can never replicate. If it works well in Kenya, it might not work well in Nigeria because maybe they are more a cash-based society, as Dr. K said, where people believe more in money.
Yeah, seeing something. Yes. Yes. And also, this is Mendetezi made a really good point earlier. One of the reasons why Kenya is able to really do a lot of investment in the infrastructure recently, especially, is the government owns 35% of M-Pesa. So that means they have access to, people's bank details and businesses. They can see that, let's say your bank is getting a lot of money from different people. Of course, they know you're a business. You're not just an individual. You can't know that many people. So what they can do is they can take taxes from you, especially when you register companies. Let's say if you leap by an M-Pesa, like if you pay by M-Pesa, there's less transaction fees. As in, if you take the money out, or if you know what I mean, there's less of that sort of happening. So this allows the government to get taxes that way. And I think that's actually a good thing. And like Madesezi said, most of the population use it. So that means they're really able to access a lot of tax from businesses. Even unregistered businesses, they can still get taxed easier than countries like Ghana or Nigeria, especially Nigeria. Tunai just said Nigerians don't like paying for anything. So maybe they need the M-Pesa there so that the taxes can come out.
And when you look at the landscape of, I mean, in the continent, I think we're having an echo. I don't know if somebody's watching on YouTube as well. So, but yeah, when you look at the landscape in Africa in terms of the telecom space, I think Ethiopia, they are currently I mean, once they start opening up their market in terms of the telecom, and if the government allows more companies to participate, I'm telling you, it's going to revolutionize the country. There's going to be a lot of people will get employed in those sectors because there'll be more companies coming in, putting money, putting infrastructure. So once the government is sure, I think maybe there's a government, they're still trying to adapt to this new phase where they need to let people invest, because as a government, you cannot do everything for the country. And I'm telling you, it will really facilitate good infrastructure. Those companies can even come and just put fiber instead of doing other old technologies that are already past their lifespan. So it will really revolutionize a lot in Ethiopia, and the speed of the internet and other sectors that are coming into the space, because it's not just about telecommunication only. These other platforms, all this fintechs will start also coming in, setting shop there so that they can utilize those infrastructures. So we can't wait for more companies to be allowed to do business there. And also, I mean, even Ethiopians, they need to also put more pressure on their government to say, give us opportunity, we want to open it in our own country. So it remains to be seen, and we hope it will be done quickly. And I think even the banking sector, there's been talk about the banking sector being opened up as well. So let's see. We will be watching. But I know once the government always start like this, they'll always say, I'll have a shareholding. But as the market opens up, you find that the government is really even owning less than even 10% of the actual businesses and stuff. Others even exit, depending on the political party that also comes into power. Some political parties might come into power and say, we are privatizing all the public institutions. They believe in privatization, they'll privatize them, and then the government leaves, and then the private sector will just take over and continue. So Mondatezi.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, man. So, but yeah, M-Pesa has been a popular thing. But it's, as I said, I think all the systems, it just boils down to, like even in my country, there's other systems that, other payment systems that were there before. Now they lost, nobody ever thought they'll lose their popularity and stuff. So nothing is forever. As long as they don't innovate. I like somebody's comment about innovate or die. Yeah, the Abdi saying innovate or perish. So even if you have a dominant, you're dominant in a market, you need to keep on innovating. Your research and development always puts you in front. But if you stop investing in those two, chances of you surviving in the next 10 years, people will be talking about history now that, hey, M-Pesa, Safaricom was once a dominant company. Oh, we miss M-Pesa, but M-Pesa won't be relevant at that point. It's just somebody can come up with another something. It might be similar, but do it maybe way better than M-Pesa. in the country, and they'll be out of business or not be number one anymore.
Yeah, actually, one company right now, if they came to Kenya and did really good marketing, they could beat M-Pesa on one thing. So they get the same speed as M-Pesa and make it cheaper. If you have the same product as M-Pesa and it's cheaper, and you market this, because obviously right now that's one thing which I will say Kenyans are beginning to stop appreciating is, let's say if I pay someone with M-Pesa, some people will tell you na ya kutoa, meaning you need to say. I never send it to them, obviously, just because that's not my responsibility. So there's a transaction fee when you send money and also when you take the money out into physical cash. That's how they make their money to run their service. So these days, what I've noticed is when you pay with M-Pesa, some people have the nerve to ask you, send na ya kutoa, like also they're removing money. So if now you go and let's say Airtel Money is actually good, it's fast, with good marketing as well. You make sure that's the marketing strategy. But just as fast as our competition, our UI is well designed, looks good, and we only charge 80% of what our competitors. People move. That's the thing. You just got to figure out what people. Right now, that is an issue I've been noticing. Most people now not most, but some people are asking me some funny question like, send me. I'm like, no. You don't have change. First of all, that's why I don't use cash. No one has change anymore for some reason. So then they want me to use my M-Pesa to pay. Then they want me to pay for their removal. I'm like, no. If you're gonna have my change, that's fine. But anyways, yeah. So that's now if M-Pesa doesn't innovate, they will perish, because the Kenyan government also said with their new digital currency is the main thing they're trying to do is compete with M-Pesa's highly exorbitant fees. And they're the government; they can do some weird marketing on TVs if they wanted to. So, yeah, fees is an issue with M-Pesas.
Just looking at another example of just look at this like for example Uber and this other apps that have come out now. There are a lot of competitors coming for Uber, even though they've ventured into Uber Eats, Uber Delivery, and all this other stuff. But if you look at, there's now more. Bolt is becoming popular than even Uber.
Yep.
There's others. I mean, the InDrive. There's a lot that's coming from China as well. So it's not something where Uber can relax, and they're coming at a cheaper price as well.
And also, Uber had an issue when it first came to Kenya. Actually, I would say most people don't use Uber now; they use Bolt, and I have a reason why I believe so. So when Uber first came, Uber didn't really do its due diligence and get an understanding of the market from an Afrocentric perspective. So Nairobi has really, really bad traffic in some areas. The worst traffic I've ever seen in the world in some areas. So what that means is Uber was utilizing an operational model of Europe or America, where basically the roads are less congested, so you can charge timing fees. So they don't charge you just based on the distance, aka fuel. They charge you on the distance and also time stuck on the motorway. So there's two levels of separation. Now you can't do that in Nairobi, where you're going to be sitting in some areas on the road for like 2 hours. So people started crying and saying Uber is too expensive. Even one of my cousins told me that, and I was like, huh? Uber is not expensive, because every time I'd used Uber, it was during the night where there was no traffic. But that's when I kind of I did the math in my head, and I was like, of course, during the day, during some areas, you're going to pay way, way, way higher fee than you should because of the waiting times. So things like Bolt came in and removed those charges. They were not quite the same as Uber. They kind of recognized the issues that was happening, because a boat driver or any kind of taxi driver is not going to charge you extra for sitting in the motorway. That's usual. That's just business as usual. So they came in and they recognized that. Also, they kind of manage the fleets. Uber is kind of very decentralized. Both, they actually have a lot more sort of, let's say, Bolt fleet drivers who are actually in control. If something goes missing, they contact you, like the food deliveries. Although Bolt motorbike drivers keep eating my fried chicken before I started doing my own. You buy 6 pieces of chicken, you find that there's only 5. And then my friend told me sometimes he sees them hidden in a corner somewhere eating one of the pieces of chicken. So that's the only issue I have with Bolt is if you order foods, you might not get everything you ordered.
Yeah, gentlemen, I think for tonight, I'm going to end it here. I think we'll obviously have another part 2 of this conversation. And I don't know if anyone there's anything you want to say, maybe a closing comment, last question regarding the topic that we had covered. I know now we had a small chat, the light chat. She's like the closing chat where we just talk about anything. But I'll start with Mr. Awesome. Is there something that you want to ask or comment on the topic that we were talking about today? Mr. Awesome, did he sleep on us or what? I know it's already 1 a.m. in Ethiopia. Okay, Mondatezi or Biggie?
Yeah, let me make a let me just make a slight comment about what we're talking about today and comes to blockchain, but also the bigger picture about African technology in Africa. I've seen that we have talked right now. We have seen like companies like Safaricom, also companies like I look at companies like which one is it? The Ethiopian Airlines, you know, and I realize that sometimes these companies that we see that really when they dominate the industry in Africa and they become big enough to become influential in policies, they actually tend to benefit the continent. So I've seen, like, if you look at the way Safaricom right now, that's the internet I'm using right now. It's very cheap, and I don't know, these days, I don't know, they've been giving me a lot of cheap deals in the internet. I think it's crazy. I think we're benefiting from the economies of scale, and hopefully maybe Ethiopia, you know, if Ethiopia joins, I don't know even how cheap it would be and how better the services will probably be improving. Hopefully, you know, that is. So I'm looking at even Ethiopian Airlines. If they become big enough and they dominate Africa, the way they should, maybe flights will be cheaper there too, you know, and maybe traveling in Africa will probably be cheaper. So I'm very optimistic about this giant African companies that are coming, that they are becoming like strong enough to actually sway policies, and you know what benefits them usually benefits the economies that they are from, you know. So that is just a very interesting observation I've made, and I just wanted to say that. Damn, let me leave it to the next person to speak.
Biggie?
Boy, that's a lot of things to choose today. That's one big appreciation for Dr. K to come through, and as he promised, he delivered it. And there's more to discuss about these opportunities, and have some of these understanding on different subject that is of an interest of the African youth, and actually the whole African brothers and sisters, not only the youth, but you know, all Africans can benefit on what is being said and discussed today. Again, and I thank you, Dr. K, and keep them coming, because I always look for opportunity for the youth in Africa, or for all Africans actually, to benefit and get them innovated and getting to open up our personal knowledge and experiences, where they can start their own business, their own project, how to look for fundings. And there's a lot of things that we can help out, because the healthier that the African citizens are within Africa, and getting the support internationally from all the African brothers out there, it's a benefit, because there are certain things. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's the way you do it.
even though we got all kind of tutorial and information out there in the YouTube, which is not always something that you can 100% rely on it, but when they hear it from 101 from us and people that we bring in here would be a lot more swallowable. You know, it's something that we can have it within our own criticism through the comments, through questions. So these kind of discussions are very, very highly recommended. Again, we're going to hit the health side, the healthcare part about the viruses that we encounter in the labs. A lot of the something that really is important for us. They should be coming forward as we find the people that are expert in the place. So, Dr. Kagan, I really appreciate you. So we got to keep tuning in again. I really appreciate for everybody that did the super chat. Really, that helps, and that shows the engagement of our community. And I encourage, please comment, subscribe it, like it. We really, really want to hear back from everybody. And in fact, we're over 200,000 subscribers now. And those of you that's going to see this late, hey, you know, we're really happy that you are able to see it, because there's a lot of videos that's coming in from Mika, and as well a shout out for that. It's doing great out there. And thank you, Mika. Under you're probably gonna hear it. I can see if you were coming from him. He's watching Madrid on the football. So anyway, it was a great day again. Another great day, great time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Biggie. I see His Excellency is watching soccer. To the Madrid fans, hey, sorry to the Madrid fans. The PSG, I'm sure guys are happy. Those who support French football. Here's the score. I mean, His Excellency is just updating us there. I don't know. Do you guys support football by any chance? You guys watch football? Or Biggie, are you into American sport now? Are you like a basketball, American football? What do you?
I watch them as needed, you know, as needed. You know, I just go through the whole thing and I look at the Super Bowl or the East and West the games when they get to that level when everybody's screaming. On the once in a while, I get into different on the basketball on the football side, but there's so many sports in here. I mean, you got the basketball season, you got the hockey season, you got the soccer also that comes in, and baseball. I mean, the sport channels here are very strongly supported, and then we have international the soccer games. So that's another one that keeps you busy through the international arena, like you see it. PSG is 1, Madrid 0. It's just I don't know.
And Biggie, we know that Americans think everything is the world is just in America, but sometimes some of the stuff they should stop saying World Series and they should just say America, because they're not competing with anyone. It's just them.
I don't think it's just that. I think, you know, if we really work on our end, you know, like cricket, you know, cricket is a limited area. You don't see it much in the U.S. But if we play baseball, I think we got some serious baseball players that we can acquire in Africa. A lot of strong hands. They can hit that. They can hit that ball. Once you hit it, as long as you keep it out and play it technically, I think Africa can participate and say, hey, you know, United States versus the United States.
The USA versus the USA of Africa.
One is Africa and the other one's going to be America. So two USA, you know.
Yeah.
I think we can formulate a good team. I mean, again, I would love to see from the soccer game. I mean, Africa is big, so if you can make it like a quadrant, and fit the countries and have that a tournament like just an idea, the Northeast Africa, Southeast Africa, Southwest Africa, and then you got the Northwest Africa, and create a team and have these four quadrants to match. I think it's good. It's good revenue for Africa. Uh, we're pushing the sport a little bit furthermore, and it will be interesting if we can get some kind of game, because the U.S. is really good at it. How to expand the name of the game. You play within the states, and from your state representative, then you have the NFC, and then you have the AFC, the East West, and then at the end you got a Super Bowl, basically out of the cup. In Africa, it's like yes, within a country sending his team and have the match, you got to go through the qualification and all that. But I think if we make it another quadrant on top of that, having the best team on the Northeast, Southeast, and having that will help to unite. This promote One Africa, because now it's all African quadrants that plays, and so we're taking it to another level. Again, in order to do that, we need funding, we need support. We gotta especially support the players in each nation. That's one thing that lacks. We don't have enough funding to really promote every African countries to have the athlete needed for the games. Everybody does the best they can. If you pass, in order to pass through the qualification, the support is there, but not 100%. But once you qualify now, that's when certain funds are released to you. So these kind of games will be will really be promoting the African unity, and knowing another player that comes. If you look at the quadrant, Ethiopia, Somalia, Kenya, even if you can go all the way to Tanzania and Uganda, and then go up, you'll have all these countries that's going to contribute players for that region. The same thing goes to South Africa, going on the Angola side will be on the west side, and the other side you will have the rest of the other countries that can match up. I think if we do that and start now, instead of just saying, hey, this is Ethiopian team or anything else, you're gonna say, hey, this is the Northeast team, So it unify and you get to know every players from that region. So that's one thing that I would love to see when it comes to game. We got our national games. On top of that, you just divide it up that way, so everybody join and have that passion. Still, let's say unification. That's what I would love to see when you talked about the American style games. Then we'll be the champions. The game is going to be us.
Dr. K, your closing statements for tonight. I know we're going to have another part 2, and another conversation regarding Family in Africa for projects in this field.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. Thank you, Big E. Thank you, the other E, the host. Thank you, Madetezi, and everyone else who came to the panel, as well as everyone who was participating in the chat, and also everyone who's going to listen later. And also, especially thanks to Aiko Gyamin. He also does have a channel. And thank you for supporting us and giving the donation. I know it's going to be used for a lot of helpful things. So yeah, I just want to say thank you to everyone, and obviously the Most High for good health and making us all be available today, because that is the gift that we've all been given. And I want to say I enjoyed the discussion, and I really believe that we build something here. And next time we have these conversations, we all are going to have a bit more knowledge. I even learned more about football and sports at the end, which I don't know anything about. So yeah, it's a great discussion, and I thank you very much for having me here. And I hope to continue to give and learn and take.
Yeah.
Thank you.
One thing I would say, Dr. K, too, into that, I mean, the crypto itself, the whole business of it is kind of complex, and you really went through it quite well. And a lot of people try to digest it, it's a new thing. It's something to grasp. It's not the old stock. You know what I mean? I think we could just have just a very concentrated, you know, just this is what we're going to start with Bitcoin. What is it? What I already got that information now, but getting deeper in it and say, okay, this is what you have to look into. I'm probably just going to talk to you on a different platform and come up with a little something in depth, because this is not something you hear it and you just got it. You're just going to have to really search it and make, it needs work, just like any investment. You got to do your homework. But again, you did an excellent presentation, and I see the audience are really satisfied. But even the audience is saying, "Hey, it's really good, but it's kind of deep,"
Yeah, that's a good point. I think we could actually take one technology and like NFT, then we can break it down for exactly, okay, where do you buy it? Which marketplaces online can you buy NFT? How can you sell it? How do you set up your wallet? How can you make sure the money is in your account? We can go through the whole process. We could even do it live and show people, step by step what it is, how you trade in it. From taking, I think that might be very good. So the understanding will really be there because they can see the whole procedure.
It would be hands-on, literally. It's hands-on.
Hands-on, exactly. So the memory will stick even more. And now they already have an idea what it is. There, they can literally see the whole process. Where we could create our own one, put it onto the market, and show them, Swahili Nation NFT, and I'm sure we have some guys in South Africa, in Tanzania, and Ethiopia who have some interesting African art. We take a picture of it, we transfer that picture into a NFT. I think that would be really, really helpful. We can see the whole process.
Absolutely, and that's going to give something to the youth that they're capable, or to Africans in general. I keep saying youth, but at the same time, it benefits all kind of age. It's a business that we can really help.
That's true.
The population, anything to really enhance their livelihood, enhance their and once we help one, the other one will help the other one. So this thing becomes a very catchy. There will be other program that we can incorporate. At the same time, I want also a certain thing that I want to make it happen in One Africa is that we also want the One Africa to be self-sustaining to our expenses. Let's say if we want to do contribute on, let's say, for a drought issue, displacement issue, and how we can really help and donate to these entities to help on the ground. We need to create some kind of financial backup to One Africa, where we can be really now contributing to not only your time and money that can be conveyed to the people that are in need. We can fund projects. Once we get also Triangle, that's going to give us a roadmap of way we can include investments, and we can include certain things that will be concentrated and focused for Africans. So yes, we're going to be talking, Dr. K, and we're probably going to get some email for some meetings and stuff like that. I really appreciate that, though.
Yeah, you too.
You really did a good job. Good job. Thank you.
Nah,
Ezra always, Ezra is always there, don't miss the midnight hour now on Friday. So one of the days you can participate.
Yeah, I mean, we've got this weekend. There's another request. Pi mentioned something that he wants us to talk about, but we just need to confirm the times and everything with him, and then yeah, there's already one a show booked for Saturday, yeah, because he's in Taiwan, remember, so we just need to kind of check the time zones and everything with him, how we're gonna do it. Probably this time we might go late around this time, because I think in Taiwan is like six hours ahead of us in Africa, here in Central or East Africa. So yeah, so we might start around this time or even later. So I don't know, or earlier. We'll have to just see with him how we make the time, because of the time difference. He's ahead of us in terms of the time. So yeah. So hey, I don't know the time. I need to sit with. I need to discuss with him on the chat and then find out what time does he want to do the conversation, the interview, and share whatever he wants to share with us. So yeah, but I'll speak to him during the day and find out if he's still on and all that stuff. And Dr. K, just you're the first one who's more knowledgeable who came. So far, you're the first brave one. You're the one with the brave heart. Most people thought like in the last hour, in the last day, when you say, "Are we still on for?" Like when I sent you that text earlier, and when I said, "Are we still on for?" And somebody will just keep quiet.
yeah, I was actually in the Ethiopian restaurant drinking buna, and these guys were like, "Oh, come watch football," but I was like, "No, I have other meetings."
Now others, I think they go cold feet, man. They thinking, hey, my investments, I don't want to expose myself like that, and I think
it's true.
Mhm.
No, it's true. Unfortunately, some people they think that the pie is small, so when they share something, that they're going to lose something from it. That's a real fear. Also, some people, maybe they don't understand how the thing works, but they know they make money from it. So of course, when someone asks them difficult questions, like the questions I was being asked, they might not be able to answer it, and of course then they would feel a certain way. Because I've had interview with a real estate a realtor before, and he's good at his job, but when asked questions, okay, so how does this happen or how does that happen, he couldn't really answer it. So sometimes there's that fear of that. Also, the other fear of, hey, look, for example, I didn't go too much into the investments. I do have investments. I did not go into that. We can do that another day. That's more of something which I think you have to know the basics first before starting to talk about how to invest and how to predict. Is it going to go up or is it going to go down, and the strategies that now requires an actual investment lesson. You can't just go on it and then tell people what to do. It won't. But what I will say is Cardano and Ethereum, if you invest in those two, you're most likely safe for the reasons we gave earlier with the network and everything. And Cardano being, fast transactions system. So if you wanted to and you had no understanding, buy a few coins. Don't put your life savings there. No, don't do that. In fact, one advice I would give for anyone investing is this. Don't put more than is it 10 or 20% of your money into an investment. Always have some liquid cash somewhere else. Unless you know that investment is surefire, but that's another case. If you don't know something, don't put more than 20% of your liquid cash into it. Never do that unless you have some heavenly divine illegal friends in certain companies. Inside trading is illegal. So unless you know people inside, don't do that.
True. But we will
Yeah, so Mwende Tezi, why are you in Mombasa?
What about that, guys? So to fix something, yeah. But you wanted to say something, Dr. K?
Yeah, I was just asking why Tezi is in the most nice place in Kenya.
Man,
I think
you
you've
don't know
answered
this man. This man is a big man.
You know, they say people go there to have good life and good fun. Life is slower, food is better. Like Swahilis are really good at cooking. The beaches are nice. You know, hey, you know, it's. I'm sure you're having a good time.
Yeah, you haven't been
You
here
see
when
the
I was
lady.
taking my
It's
walks.
okay. You should see the lady, the wife. Wow, man.
Oh. Oh wow, you're okay. That's good, brother. You have a wife. Me not yet.
He's got ladies, man. He's got
Lady. Okay. I see. That makes sense. Yeah, now that makes sense to me.
kidding, man. I
Also,
tell you.
yeah. Also, maybe we can speak to someone in Tanzania. You know, the other day, one of my friends did mention about the land. You know, being apparently cheap in Tanzania in some areas. That would be interesting to see. You know, what sort of opportunities that could have and development and those things. Yeah, I think he exaggerated, but he said $200 can get you some big land in the village somewhere. Which, if it's true, I'll just buy it for the sake of it, you know, and then see what can be done there.
I think in many parts of Africa you can get for $200, especially the more remote. Obviously, it's not like your closest to the city type of maybe villages. But you do get some places where you literally can get land next to nothing, and then you get places where they are propping up. People are building homes and everything. Then obviously there you're gonna have land that is a bit expensive because people are looking at or the chiefs if it's under sort of a king, because I don't know about some of the countries how they are set up, but in terms of my country, there's land, what we call rural areas. You have kings and chiefs that you literally go and buy land from. You're not buying from the government. We call it communal land, which is it's a government land, but it's controlled by the chiefs. And then some places, I mean, there's really nothing really happening. Some villages are really not getting that development that much, but you will probably get land very cheap. And but if you're going to a village that is next to a big town or even a city, then obviously you're gonna pay high prices. But if you go out, land is very cheap. And some places they can get land next to nothing. I'm saying even $100 can get you a place. But obviously
Serious?
that will take you outside the big cities, even small towns.
But you know, those places is where then you can reach out to foreign companies. They can invest in these Amazon data centers, and you know, obviously there's issue of you know, networking, but still there's, yeah. I mean, if it's $100 for big land, I would just hold on to it just because I know at some point that land will now get connected to a city somewhere, and it won't be $100 anymore in about 15 years.
I think it's about spotting the opportunities. If you go to a rural place where maybe there's a big route that's maybe joining a big city from one city to another city, you can do other things. I mean, gas station. There's shops that you can do in between that. Like in my country, between cities, you get a lot of what we call what's the name of this thing? There's a name they use, man. But you literally, even buses that are long distance buses, they even stop for refilling. People can refresh, buy
Commuter
food.
towns.
Yeah, like those type of towns, but it's not really a town, but it's a gas station. It has restaurants, but in the middle of almost nothing.
I know, yeah, those places, yeah. You can actually set up like a restaurant there or something. you will be able to make money from the travelers.
Exactly. So rural doesn't mean nothing is totally happening, and agriculture is also another part. Yeah, I mean, there's so much that you can do. Depending on, obviously, when you go to a place, you will see that there are many things that are not there that you can bring, especially if you've got connections with different business people that you can say, I've got land. Do you wanna, or I'll build. You guys come and invest in or putting your shops there, rent from me, and then they can set up their shop or whatever they're doing there. The community will be provided and catered for. You know. So there's opportunities. I mean, this continent. I think if we can start now and not neglecting the rural areas, especially us as young people, we need to be investing more into those places that everyone is not really looking into, you know, because that's where we can even extract value, because we're so stuck in this city life so much, then sometimes we forget that there are other opportunities that we could also be looking into, you know.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. It's just time and getting us together, getting us to have plans, executing it strategically, and I'm sure there's nothing we can't do. Very soon, Swahili Nation will be a very big multinational, multi-cooperative company that helps in different areas and building and giving our people jobs. Because one thing I noted in, like let's say even in churches, one thing I wish they would have done sooner is built or bought properties and estates and then rented out cheaply to the sort of poorer community members. That way they can have the investment, they have something that they can make money from, and also give people a much subsidized renting. So, if we can do the finances right, we can really help people give work and also build so that we have more ability to do more.
Exactly. I mean, if you look at the churches, the old churches, looking at the churches that came during colonization, most of them had schools. I mean, they empowered a lot of people that didn't have like sort of formal education. I mean, the school system before, it was an independent bodies, mostly in Africa. There were more, your Catholic schools used to play a big role in terms of them being a church and a school. And then with time, then the government took out the schools from the churches, and then some churches remained with the schools as well, but very few remained with the school system inside the church. So you find that now the church just became an independent body, and then school system was something separate as well. Then government, obviously, most governments now started having structures. They have to build more schools and stuff, but churches have played a big role over the years, even prior to most of our independence as African countries. Because normally, if you were going to school, you were like for example, people that went to school in the 1800s or early 1900s, they went to church schools. They didn't really go to like a normal school that we see today, where it's just an independent structure where there's just school buildings and that's it. There it was church and school. You lived at the church and attended school there. So churches have played a big role. So, but things have changed obviously, because systems also come into play and all, and they build new systems, and obviously funding comes in different forms. Governments will always try other things and stuff. So, but let's see. I mean, I think we need to all, like I see His Excellency going to Ethiopia. He's learning so much, and I'm sure he can see other opportunities that can be brought to, that can be implemented and done there in Ethiopia. Vice versa, those, I mean, even in you, what's this, in Tanzania, you will have, if you go there, Dr. K, you are gonna see opportunities that you think you can implement or bring some of the stuff there in that land. But the main thing is obviously visit, be on the ground, see the opportunity, see the people, see the mentality, and see where you can really place your money. Maybe it'll take you twice, 3 times, 4 times. Some people it takes them a couple of years before they really start doing business, until they are really sure and having everything in place.
Wow. That's amazing. I'm just looking at land for sale in Kenya, and I can't believe some of these areas. 700 acres for only $4,500. That doesn't sound real.
Hey,
that does not sound.
Mendatezi, you are in the coast. How's land properties? I know in the cities, obviously, we're talking high numbers, but how's the land prices, the housing prices there in Mombasa?
Mombasa
Or
is
outskirts?
Mombasa is quite diverse. It depends on where you buy land, really. But okay, I can get in depth if you guys. I don't know, but
Yeah,
it depends. It depends. Yeah, it depends on where you're buying, really, because Mombasa, first of all, there is the island, and then there is the south coast and the north coast. So when you the island, basically, I don't even think you can find land. I think it's fully developed, but you can find that it's just full of apartments. It's not as expensive because you can really, if you have maybe, what is it, around okay, 200,000 or even $300,000, you can buy yourself an apartment complex in the island. You know? So it's not that, I don't, compared to maybe Nairobi, it's not that expensive compared to Nairobi. But in Mombasa, things are good. The prices are not bad. The most priciest part of Nairobi is Mombasa, is the beach plots. Like that's how oh man, those ones, and it's really hard to get them now. Usually they say maybe I think right now you can probably get the third row. Getting a beach plot is like, oh, you're paying top dollar. You're not paying Kenyan prices. You're paying international beachfront prices. I've seen, and it's usually politicians. Like even me, when I go to the when I when you have my walks to the beach. This is one of the funny thing about the real estate in Mombasa is, this thing called the rich neighborhoods. They usually lined on the beach, but the beach is also a public space. So you have a lot of people going to the beach, passing through the rich neighborhoods. So you find that you meet a lot of these houses of the politicians and the celebrities. They're just there. You see them. It's really not that much isolated. But I don't know what you guys want to know about the real estate situation in Mombasa. But I know it's a very good place to invest to invest if you're looking for investments. Right now, there's a lot of property coming up. I think a lot of property coming up all over Kenya. I don't even think it's unique to Mombasa. Everywhere there's a lot of what is it? Building in Kenya. I think it's a Kenyan thing. We like to invest in real estate. I think that everybody gets a little bit of money. They just want to buy land. They want to buy an apartment. They want to buy. So it's something that seems to be ingrained in our heads as Kenyans.
You hit a very interesting topic, Dr. K, and you just opened another whole new can of worms. Okay, but it's a very fact that when it comes to real estate, one of the major things that's going across Africa is the affordable housings, and I've seen a lot of affordable housing per se to be affordable, but they don't have water and electricity. And so anybody that's really thinking about investing and you want to live in it, or you just have the money to wait until they lay out the utility. Again, it's like another investment that you have to really make sure that you have utilities in the region.
Yeah.
And
So
sometimes they put you on a 10th floor building with no elevator. So,
no,
I mean, you're just going to have to be very careful.
yeah, 100%. But then in my I wouldn't spend the higher rates. So I've seen one here. I want to ask Mondetezi if he thinks it's accurate. But this house, I'm seeing land here for 170 acres for only $2,000, or even one here, 180 acres for $500. If it's real, I'm buying it. Not tomorrow. Once I check my lawyer and everything, but uh, even if it's just to hold on to it, it's in near the Masai region, Narok. I will definitely buy it. I mean, 107. That's a big piece of land. I could literally create a small kingdom there, have a few people come and invest and live, or build a school or something like that that can help. Yeah, I don't. Wow. Oh my. Yeah, I didn't assume the land was gonna be this cheap in some areas.
Remember now, check on the utility, water, electricity.
Water, electricity. Yeah, that's true.
If you don't have anything in there, you're in the middle of the boony. I might as well sell you some swampland. So, yeah, they look reasonable. One of the major loss that I made by not deciding to it because of the cold winter, because it was so cold, and I just saw the pricing. It just happened to be the uh, the latest shopping center that they built right on that property. It was like 120 acres for $75 or something like that.
What?
And yeah, for $75 per acre. It was cheap. It was very cheap. And now they got the mega movie theater, name it, a mega mall built into it. And this was like, of course, it has utility and everything else, but I was like, it was too cold. I said, who's going to live in here? And I shied out because I just came in from the Sprint headquarters, and I'm like, yeah, that's a nice property, but I just shot myself in the foot because I had the opportunity to purchase that. So always think, whenever you think about land and future investment, you can, I mean, if you have a waiting period, let's say 5 years from now, you got to hold on to the land, and there's a plan in the city that they're going to have the utility. Yes, you can purchase and wait depending on how you want to invest yourself. You know what I mean? Let's say it takes you 5 years to build everything, but you got to make sure that you have the utility coming in within that 5 years. So it has a risk, but you might as well put it for 7 years plan. If they say 5, you say 7. Give it some years. Maybe it comes a lot earlier, but you can start, fencing it. You can start doing certain things in it where it doesn't require you that much of the utilities. If not, you're going to be working on generators.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay,
let me comment on what my brother was saying about the land. You should also go to the survey. You need to have a surveyor, and get the map from the National Land Commission, because sometimes there's a lot of con men online, telling you giving you such sweet deals, man, giving you the sweetest.
I see. So it's unlikely that 170
yeah, he's selling you land that is in a forest. It belongs to the government, and you've already, it will always. When you build your house, then they come to chase you, And you're yeah. And they always wait until you build your house. They don't wait. They always wait until you build your house. Then that's when they remember that is government.
That's a waste time, man, to come when you build a house.
All right.
Yeah.
So they won't do it in the beginning.
They have to really do due diligence, because they are actually, you have to look at there's a map. There's usually a map when you go to the lands commission. They usually give you a map of that place. Then the person who's selling it, they actually have the details of the person who's selling it, and you have to also go to it's a long especially when it comes to land. In Kenya, these things are not. Yeah. There are a lot of, you don't just buy land. You really have to go to all these other places and really find out that who owns this land and where did they come. You really need to know the history of the land, like from when it was like partitioned to the owners till the person who's selling it to you, so that you really know what you're getting yourself into, man. Because you know a lot of these con men, they are very good, but they even have websites. They have yeah, and for real, they are really good. Then the Kenyan convent, they don't mess around, man. They have the websites, they have everything. They have everything to look legit. Till you buy, till the money is exchanged, then you start saying, okay, where is this guy now? He's gone.
Oh, I see. Okay, there's another one here, 1,500, half an acre with electricity and water. Okay, this one is still very cheap, but you see, this is some more realistic, not 170 acres. This is within a town though, but still, yeah. Thank you. I'm gonna research properly how to buy land, because I have a friend whose father bought land from someone, and unfortunately, when the land is now, I think it's 2 acres. In Kakamega, and that land is now worth a lot more money than it was sold for. So the guy is claiming that not all the money was paid, even though there's bank transactions and everything. So right now the land dispute is in court. So yeah, you're 100% right. It's like you said with this con man, someone will be selling you land that they've never even been to. There was a Nigerian guy who sold this, I think, guy from Korea, an airline that didn't exist in Nigeria for like several millions. So what? Yeah, he sold him a whole airline. So I don't know. A whole airline.
So he thought he was coming to Africa to save an ailing airline.
Yeah. And then obviously there was nothing there.
I can imagine when he lands in Nigeria, when the augurs are like, "What are you doing here, my friend?" He laughed.
Yeah. It was $242 million he bought the airline for. And what? Yeah. He was a smart guy. He worked for a bank, so he could forge the letters and all the titles and the deeds and everything. So he was a banking manager, the scammer. And
yeah, you got to watch those,
so he
because
convinced
they
him
still
really
exist.
Hey,
they still exist.
But how do you buy a whole airline without visiting to check it even exists?
I knew a person that sold half of Bole land. This is before Mengistu Haile Mariam. And he had internal information that the government is going to take over the lands. Okay. And now nobody owns the land. The government owns the land. You can request for the land. So what he did was, during Haile Selassie rules of land and commissioning, what he did was he found a place where he can print the cartology of ownership, and he forged everything. I mean, everything, name it, and it looks a real document. But unfortunately, the people that got into that trap didn't know anything better to go and check out with the municipality. You know what I mean? They got the paper now; it's all signed in, and what happened is, like 3 weeks later, the new rule came in that nobody owns land. And they came back to him and he said, "Hey, I told you that I gave it to you." So he got away with it. And actually, he's not there anymore. I mean, he's not there. I mean, he just left the country.
Yeah.
I mean, people do that. But one thing, in a good sense, I know, I used to deal with this. He's a multimillionaire, and he did a lot of the investment for the African affordable housing. So I can go and ask him, let's say, $10 to $15 million every month, where he's going to turn around. Basically, he'll finance it and everything else. So every time that he finished and give the keys for those affordable housings, the government entitles them to give him $10 million every month for it. And if you need more than $10 million, he can go all the way to the Wall Street and get and secure those money. You know what I mean? And he did it in Ivory Coast, and he did it in Zaire. And actually, the first telecom in Congo, that was him that helped build the telecom. And he's a great guy. He worked a lot with African nations. So if you guys think that a property to develop and have affordable housing, I can help you, anybody, to secure this kind of fundings, and which is good for our countries. You know, every time he turns this thing around, he's got the whole crew going from one nation to another when they deploy things, and he's got in-house training, bringing the electrician, bringing the major architects and all that. He's got all that covered. And from if I find some of the links, I can send you some of the information. So these are the kind of person that really knows what he's doing, and is going to build it with. That's one of the information he told me. Do not purchase anything unless you got utilities to it. If not, it's just going to be still in the dark ages. You have a nice building, but no water, no electricity. That's where I learned it from that first. In fact, I assigned them at one time to deal with the Ethiopian government, where they have over $280 billion that they took deposit from the people, but at that time that was the TPLF region, and they're still not delivered, all the housing that they promised to deliver, because most of the money is just what happened to it, even on a government level. So it's very important that we know our real estate and get really somebody that knows the land, and make sure that you are really checking everything before you just go ahead and purchase it. Yeah, it looks attractive, like Mundatezi said, and you said it about the airline. So we got to be careful.
And other thing, like if you're trying to buy land where there's already like housing around, sometimes it's good to ask the locals. If you go to the actual land and you ask, what's happening with this land? Do you know if somebody has purchased this land? Just go to the neighbors and just find out what's happening with this land, and you'll find stories. Then that's when sometimes you can find a scam. It will really help you not to waste your money and energy like on something that you won't be able to even buy.
Yeah, and also don't forget, if you got growing children, you got to look at the school system around it. If there's any school, if you're gonna be moving in there and you don't have a school system, you got to go again, driving or walking to a school is very important. That to in that aspect of it, there's a lot of checkpoints, and in fact, it will work. It works worldwide. Whatever you are, if you're purchasing or building a new home, the school system matters. Where you're going to send your children, especially if you're going to be using public schools. Private is always private.
But gentlemen, I'm going to end here for tonight. It's been great being with you. And, we can speak the whole night or the whole day for some people. But tomorrow we're back again. This week we're going to be live, even if it means coming here with nothing, but we will be live. So tomorrow, same time, same place, we're going to be here, and we'll have another topic. We might have somebody, but still need to confirm as well. But yeah, tomorrow we will be live again. If I'm not live, obviously His Excellency will be here. But as you know, he was traveling today, so yeah, let's keep praying for him, and praying for the channel, and pray for everyone. And since we have a lot of people that have already asked for some prayers, I think it's only fair that we pray for them as well. Kaku, Kuku, the only as well. She's not been feeling well there in the UK. Dr. Tereke, let's pray that perfect healing for his body and everything. And who else, Biggie, that I'm leaving behind? Oh, Marie Antoinette.
Marie Antoinette.
I see she's here as well.
Yeah.
We'll pray for you, Marie Antoinette, tonight. So,
yeah,
guys,
can you pray also
for
Saudi Arabia prisoners?
Oh, yeah.
Saudi Arabia. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, gentlemen, I'm just going to close in prayer, and then it's going to be shalom, and let's meet again tomorrow. Thank you, Abba Father, for this night. Thank you for our brother, Dr. K, for coming here, teaching us. We thank you for the knowledge. We thank you for his time, Lord, that you've created for him to be with us and share the knowledge that he has. We pray, Father God, for all those who are with us tonight, who've joined us, subscribed, came to ask questions. We pray for all our subscribers. We pray for His Excellency Mika. We pray for the team. And we pray for the people who are in prison in Saudi Arabia. We pray for a resolution. We pray that they will come back home safe, healthy, and strong. We pray that there will be an understanding between the two parties. We pray that the government of Saudi Arabia will treat the people well in that land. In Jesus' mighty name. We pray for Marie Antoinette. We speak speedy healing. We speak speedy recovery over her body. We speak for Dr. Tsedeke. We pray, we speak life over Kaku, Kuku. We thank you, Father, for this night. We thank you as we are all going in different places, doing business, doing different things. We pray, Heavenly Father, that whatever we do, it will multiply, it will grow, it will help our families and others. In Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Amen. May Xavier bless you all. May cover you.
Amen. Amen. Gentlemen, I know it's for us in Africa, Biggie, you're the old fresh one. Is it what? Is it 5 p.m. or 6 p.m.?
6 p.m.
6 p.m. Huh. For some of us, it's 2 a.m. and 1 a.m.
Yep. Is that right for now?
Unfortunately, Biggie, we can't be with Mendatezi for his work today. Eh?
Oh yeah. Definitely.
Unless he's working as well.
Guys, just hang in there. Maybe 2 more hours. 2 more hours. You know. Oh, it's 2. Yeah, 2 more hours. Hang in there, guys. You go for the work. You go for the work.
Unfortunately for me, I have to wake up very early. So for tonight, I think I need to give you Biggie's phone. You can call him and you guys can talk, you know. Yeah, but one of these days, there's something we're working on. Hopefully, I'll leave you with Biggie. You guys will finish the set. And again, Biggie, how's the plans for that session? I don't know if you already had a meeting with Mika because you guys were talking for that 24-hour session.
Yes, it's something that's still there, and I'm trying to plug in some number. I already got the programs. It's just plugging in the headlines and what we're going to be discussing within that 24 hours and trying to highlight it. You know, you'll have, I think it's about 10 to 11 segment, different topics.
Wow.
So some of you who really want to put it in there, you know, just as a suggestion, you know, send to the on the One Africa email address, and we'll take your suggestion. And in fact, you know, that'll give us also the focus on that 24 hours topic. So if you got any suggestion, any topics that you want to discuss about, I'm looking at 2 hours in that segment with the maybe 15 minutes. So the way it's going to happen, the way I'm looking at it is it's going to start like the 1 p.m. Regular Eastern Washington time, or 9 p.m. East African time, and it will run 24 hours, and it will end on that 9 p.m. Maybe like another half hour. It will give you another half an hour. 1:30, which is 9:30, ending the following day. And if anything else is good and everybody want to follow, we'll see how it goes and evaluate it, and see if it is feasible for everybody. I don't expect 24 hours, but I would love to stay that 24 hours with a lot of robusto and a lot of coffee, because it will be a show that I really want to see it to succeed. Yeah, it will be successful. That's for sure, because we have a lot of successful people online, and people born successful to begin with, and we'll make it happen. It's just we need to. I'm thinking whether if we want Mika to come back, because really putting that 24 hours would be like a little bit pressure. These are the two things that I want to balance out to kick off this 24 hours. So the program listing and the way we're going to do it now, we're just going to agree is that 2 hours or 3 hours. I think 3 hours for the certain topics, and maybe 2 sessions for another topic. As a follow-up. It might not be following up the same hour, but let's say the next skipping and then having another program, and make it interesting, because some of the topics might run into 2 sessions, it will take 2 time slot. So it's still figuring it out, and there's a lot of other things that we're working on the background for Triangle, for One Africa, and how we're going to detail it. That's why I just said Dr. K, probably going to pick your brain through it. I got Professor Isra and Isra yourself, that we really need to pick certain things to make this thing really running the way it's supposed to run. It's still running it, but very efficiently to the target, what we need to convey, and put us to the this unity. This unity need to really get groomed right, and to be like Mika said. He said we're going to be brutally honest and transparent on everything that we do, and the support that we have so far is great support that we're getting, a good comment that we're getting. There are some issues that really need attentions, and for those things that we try and to work on them feverishly, because there are issues. Africa is full of issues right now that needs to be addressed, and I'll look at a few other things, like a little quiz, or put it like let's test a game survey on which way we can really put our efforts on that we can achieve in shorter amount of time, and there will be a long term where we're going to see which way we're headed into bringing One Africa. So there's a lot of things in the work on the backs. So I'm kind of busy, tell you honestly, looking at the certain document that I need to prepare. So this is what is on the back for right now. So as soon as we get those wrapped up, everybody will be informed, and it will be great. It will be a great thing that everybody will be happy about it. We cannot satisfy everybody, but at the same time, I think the first initial one, I think we're going to hit our goal. And also, our 100 days is still ticking, and this is one of the program of things that we're doing to have it going through for this 100 days commitment.
Yeah, sounds good.
We've got a lot of work ahead, a lot of work.
That's how it should be. But yes, I'm looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Well, Dr. K, prep yourself. Obviously, once everything has been fully put in place, and then obviously you might get an email, and then obviously with the times, obviously you'll have to just discuss that with you in terms of when you can come in, have your own slot and topics and stuff. Obviously, maybe they might ask for a submission of the topic that you want to cover, and then obviously in the time, and then you'll know in advance then to plan for that day, for that time and stuff.
Yeah, no, that sounds good. It'll be mostly
Yeah, the other thing, Dr. K, we talked about that the formation. You remember we talked about the formation of the One African and Triangle. So these are the things that I might need some help from people that might have certain experience on those. Still, I'm on the draft level right now, and I got to put it together by Friday. So it's like running for two different entities and how to bring them together. So a kind of a deadline I committed myself.
Yeah. Send me the email through. I'll be there.
I'm going to send you my my Gmail on the private.
Okay. Yeah, you can send him.
There you go. I'll just send it to you.
Cheers, guys.
All right. Cheers.
Let's meet tomorrow. Oh,
There
today or tomorrow for those who are in America.
Right. It's a wrap. Have a wonderful evening and good morning. And good night.
Guys.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you, family, for being with us. If you've not subscribed, please quickly subscribe. Please like that, press that like button, and share the stream for those who will watch later on. And let's get the movement rolling. See you tomorrow, guys. Shalom.